Question. How does one man assert power over another? Obedience is not enough. Power is inflicting pain and humiliation, otherwise you cannot be sure. Power is tearing human minds apart and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Power is not a means, it is an end. All competing pleasures we will destroy. If you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
If we look at a subset of smokers who are otherwise unable or unwilling to quit, they're going to continue to smoke that pack of cigarettes. Half of them will die prematurely later in life from that decision. If we could get all of those people to completely switch all of their cigarettes for one of these non-combustible products, that would be good for public health.
To confuse the public about science, to confuse scientists about science. What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that?
Well, hello and welcome. Welcome. Look at this. Look at these wonderful 5 Ponds Castle Long Reserves that I just have laying around on my desk. I do know for a fact that they still do have it available on their website. So go check it out because you won't be unhappy with that. But anyway, how the hell are you tonight? This is a week before the weekend of Christmas. So we still have like, I think, 8 days, something like that. 9 days. Anyway, so I hope everybody has been good so that they can be on the nice list instead of the naughty list. But tonight we're going to talk about the naughty list. There's going to be some stuff that maybe get your gander up, maybe get your unhappiness up. But yeah, we're going to talk about some stuff. But anyway, I think Kevin is in the back room. Let me go ahead and get Kevin out here. He's got some little evil devils behind him or something there, baby devils.
That's the FDA and that's the CDC directors. I've got a gander somewhere in the room. I don't know where it went.
A gander?
A gander.
A goose and a gander?
I've taken a gander and I've worked up my gander. But now at 55 years old, I've decided, fuck all that. I don't need to worry about some things. And then
55? Don't lie to these people, Kevin. We all know you're 75.
And now I just don't give a fuck. So bring it on, bitch.
Don't lie to these good people and tell them that you're only 55.
Plus, you're 55. So it's 55, really.
50?
55.
Like 50.
I'm getting
so
older.
You're like 55.
55.
Oh, yeah. Let me look at this here.
I'm
just noticing that my microphone may not be this one. So let's try this one. Do I sound better?
Yeah. Well, you sounded like you were in a can before, I guess. I didn't realize it till you changed it. What'd you do?
Well, I have like so much gear here on my desk. The computer sometimes decides to use a different microphone unless somebody says, "Hey, Patrick, you sound like you're in a can." Then I don't know this because to me, I sound beautiful.
So Yolanda and Bastard and Tom and Tom and Yolanda and Bastard. Oh, there's Mallory. Jeffrey.
And Michael Redfern is here. We're gonna see some Michael Redfern tweets in a little bit because
Bruni.
I know I
saw some.
I got riled up and
you got me ignoring this cocksucker because you know I love to hate him like I did Carl, or do Carl. I don't know where Carl is. He hasn't been on in quite some time. If anybody knows, let me know if Carl Phillips is okay. Because whether I like him or not, I want him to be okay. I know he was sick for a while, and then I've been trying to ignore this other asshole.
No, you're not calling Michael Redfern an asshole, though, right?
No, but
just check it,
but you showed me.
I said his name, and then you said cocksucker, and I just wanted to make sure that Michael didn't just storm out of the chat room because you were implying that he was.
I was trying to ignore his ass. We're riling Janice up. So, and then I did my the tweet that I got from them, and then I did my Oprah tweet. So there you go. I had to get in there because I see other things you're going to bring up that are pissing me off even more.
So
I didn't defend that.
This is not in the show notes because this happened kind of after I created the show notes, and I figured this is probably, since we're talking about the naughty and the naughty and the nice, we have some naughty and nice to give out on this one. Why are you showing me this alert right now, Nortons? Let me remind me later on that one. All right, somebody might be trying to hack in. Somebody might be trying to hack into my account. So for the uninitiated, yes, it's not in the show notes, and but you're already part of it. So Michael, you already know about this. But I'm going to go ahead this one time and post a link to a Twitter in the YouTube in the YouTube chat. So today I'm there's some drama out in the world that we're going to talk about subsequent, but this one I'm starting to show off right now with some fire and some very upsetness. So let me go ahead and present this screen over here. Should I do a window? Should I share a window on this instead of the whole screen? I don't know if that actually makes a difference. I'm just going to share the whole fucking screen. How about that? And I'm going to turn the audio on just in case.
Bruni. So Michael said he's ready.
So Michael is in here, but Jonathan Folds, PhD, who sometimes says some really stupid stuff. Okay, all the time. He all the time says some really stupid stuff. So he says today, congratulations to New Zealand for passing this groundbreaking law that includes reducing the nicotine content of all cigarettes to a minimally addictive level. Minimally addictive level. So Kevin and I have already covered these very low nicotine cigarettes.
I've
before.
got 3 blogs on it.
We had Dr. Marwa Glover on multiple times. One of the times that she came on, she talked about a study that was conducted on reduced nicotine. She calls them D-Nics. So you're going to see her say some in a tweets here, D-Nics. Because for a minute there when I saw it, I was like, what is she talking about dicks for? I mean, okay, no, D-Nics. So anyway, this guy's heralding a new law. It says it's passing. Tom, you're actually closer to New Zealand than Kevin or I, and Yolanda is in the chat room. She's actually in the Kiwi land down there. She said Kiora a while ago. Hello, by the way. But so this is not in order of the response appearances. Okay. I did notice that my Twitter is not showing me. I wish it would show the tweets in chronological order.
It won't.
Let's
just roll right through him.
So we're just going to have to roll in no particular order. The tweets that were responsive to this arsehole. Oh, Tom's calling me an arsehole. Did you? I thought he was an Aussie. Why do I think he's an Aussie?
Well, because you're a dumbass.
Well, you're wrong. They all sound alike to me anyway.
If they're not Americans, they're
actually
just Aussies.
Except for Bruni. Sometimes I have to really listen when Bruni talks because sometimes I don't understand what he's saying, but I do love him.
I told you lately that I love Bruni way more than you. Way as big as her arms. I love her. I love him so much more than you.
Are you saying that Oprah has big arms?
Well,
sir,
bigger
that's
than my
not
damn
nice.
head.
Let's fat
Look
shame
at that
somebody.
head.
Don't fat shame Oprah.
Oh, good Christ.
My God, man. What are you
I do
doing?
follow Jonathan the fucking fruitcake here.
I don't follow him, but he always shows up on my fucking feeds. But anyway, here. So I immediately respond to this jerkwad. What is the point of reducing nicotine in cigarettes while leaving the same levels of carcinogens and harmful constituents? Less nicotine will simply lead to more smoking. More smoking will lead to more harmful stuff inhaled. This is not a victory for the health of the people that smoke in Kiwi land.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, and Richard Pruin, who is, or it may or may not be in the chat room, Richard Pruin actually smoked some of these VLNs to give us a report. And and he said that they're so mild, they're so inobtrusive, they're so smooth that people won't know what's going. I mean, they won't know
exactly
that it's hurting them, because regular cigarettes, they actually scratch your throat, you cough a little bit, so your body already knows. Even people that have been smoking for a long time still feel that. They still know what's going on. And obviously, if they smoke too much, if you vape too much, you get a nicotine buzz or Nick sick. These are terms that we know. If you're smoking a reduced nicotine cigarette, your body's not going to feel that. They're so like I said, they're so innocuous, they're so inobtrusive that you're not realizing that you're poisoning yourself. And later on, I actually hit him with that. But anyway, so our lovely friend, Dr. Marwa Glover, says, a clue to whether these scientists respect people who smoke, who they are trying to rescue, is honesty. Natalie and Jonathan's language is spin, e.g., world-leading, groundbreaking, and bigger. And bigger clue is the rhetorical, minimally addictive level. Why not say subfunctional, useless, continue?
That's beautiful.
So let's see. Why not tell people who are going to waste precious money buying these dud cigarettes, that we've ripped the guts out? There's virtually no nicotine. It's lower than the lowest nicotine patch, like a placebo fag, a fake. Tell people the truth. They don't want the public or politicians to cotton on. So then he responds, they're labeled very clearly.
They look like cigarettes.
And you see that he advertised a specific brand, right?
Yes. That's the sponsor.
So it says here, under New Zealand consumer rights law, the consumer will have to be truthfully informed to read the uselessness of cigarettes with very, very low nicotine at 0.6 milligram. How low is that for a VLNC? Another trick these researchers use to mislead politicians is, continued, the tobacco company that will have monopoly supply, they claim, gives more and clearer info than the DNIC researchers who stand to grab huge study money. The policy was a dead duck in New Zealand until some naive politicians got a majority. These are Are these cigarettes GE free? And then, look, there's Bloomberg. So he says very low nicotines are labeled very clearly. Obviously, 95% less nicotine. They're still cigarettes. They're still got all the things. Oh, look, there's Phil, our friend Phil.
Yeah.
One doesn't have to look far to find an example of less than clear communication from New Zealand government.
Let's stop for a second. Phil now has over 7,000 tweets with nicotine and COVID. The man has 7,000 tweet plus thread, a 7,000 tweet plus thread. Anyway.
So my question about Phil having that many tweets about COVID and obviously this, how does he still have an account?
I don't know.
Because during COVID, if you posted anything that differentiated from the status quo, they took your account away.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't saying it was good or bad. Here's another study with 10% that smoked and they lived, and 30% died, and whatever. So yeah, it wasn't opinion. It was just the study and what the stats were.
So it says here, there it is again. He's retweeting himself, by the way. There it is again. Vapes can legally have up to 20 milligrams per milliliter for free-base nicotine and 50 milligrams per milliliter for nicotine salts. But there are cases where the latter has been interpreted as 50 milligrams of nicotine. What does this mean? I don't get it, he says. Anyway, so here's Marwa again. Does anyone talk in celebratory tones about alcohol prohibition? Yeah, celebratory. Not celebrity. Celebratory tones about alcohol prohibition. Was that lauded as groundbreaking? People understood alcohol-free wine. That's just juice. Alcohol-free wine is just juice, by the way.
It's grape juice. Yeah.
Why not help people understand the policy? E.g., it's like in New Zealand, wine will have no more alcohol than mouthwash. Will consumers be told? So she was hitting him pretty damn hard. I have to go all the way up to the top because we got distracted here by subtweets.
Probably one of those would. Oh, look there. Yeah.
There's Michael. Yeah, I'm just making sure because there's some ugly shit later on. So
there's Snidely. There is some ugly shit. It's pissing me off, but I didn't.
Yeah,
defend her. I let her defend herself.
Yeah, no, I didn't jump in and save her. I didn't try to save her anyway. No. Prohibition doesn't work. Never has. Never will. It turns peaceful people into criminals and props up organized crime. So
and he's right.
When you demand that something be banned or that something be made mandatory by the government, you are advocating for people to be caged or killed if they do not comply. Be careful what you're willing to kill for. Someone somewhere doesn't like what you do either. Oh, Michael wants me to follow all the branches. Okay. Well, I did some of those. Let's see.
This might be the only part of the show you're going to see.
Hey, dude, our show notes were already quite long. So we might be here until like 3 a.m. or something.
No, we won't. You can. I'm old now.
You just said that you're not old.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not informative for a consumer. E.g., this is a very small battery in this car. How far will it be able to drive? Oh, not even out of my driveway, onto the road. Gee, no thanks. But it will help you drive less. So we will be walking, blah, blah, blah. So there's Lucky Strikes. Look at that.
Yeah, you're prescribing smoking. That's what I haven't asked.
So this is where this dickhead's going to piss me off just right now. Look at this. Dr. Glover, why are you trying to protect continuing sales of addictive cancer sticks?
Exactly.
So now she's defending herself. So now you resort to ad hominem attacks and that's indicative of your extremely biased, closed view on DNICs. This is where she says DNICs. I advocate harm reduction, e.g. snus, vaping, actually load-reduced alternatives that are proven. I do not support criminalizing people, forcing people into black markets, or prohibition. I did reply to this jerkhead under here somewhere. Right, you prefer that highly addictive cigarettes remain on sale rather than being prohibited as planned in the recently passed new law. That's not an attack. It's simply an accurate description of your preference.
And that is where he lost all credibility that I had for him at all.
I never had any, but anyway, let's see. I did reply right here. I said, Jonathan, why are you celebrating these just as deadly and cancerous cigarettes? VLNs contain the same carcinogens and harmful substances. While being so mild on the smoker, they will smoke more because they won't even feel themselves being poisoned.
Right. I've already covered this. I'm not against them. I just don't think they'll work.
Every line of yours is crafted to mislead. The DNICs you're pushing are as harmful as the current cigarette products. Our smoking rate is rapidly dropping due to vaping and culturally tailored quit programs and compassion. DNICs is the harms associated with prohibition are not needed here. Phoenix and the. So yeah, I mean, I hit him right there. These people that are smoking these fucking less coarse, less no nicotine. The thing that I want when I vape, the reason I vape 12 milligram and sometimes 18 milligram is because I want that throat hit. I want that sensation. That
there are so many sub chapters to this fucking story that, first of all, if any of you feel compelled, please don't defend Dr. Glover herself. She's professional. She can handle this fucktard. But if it works, that's great. I agree that it could help somebody. What I've read is that it won't, but it's going to reduce smoking.
I think it's going to cause more harm than help, Kevin. Yes. I think like Richard, when Richard said to me, I smoked them and it was so smooth.
This is good.
I was like, people aren't even going to know.
That's a bad thing.
That they're getting all of the nasty shit that they're not. I mean, you're reducing the nicotine, but you're not reducing any of the other shit. So all the other shit,
right?
People are going to just smoke more because they don't know. They don't feel the bad, That's the part of the experience that you get from a cigarette is you feel that harshness. And the nicotine tells you when you have your dose that you need, you don't need another one. Go back to work now. You're cool. You got your 2 cigarettes in for 6 hours or 4 hours of work. Because that's what I would do when I used to work in I would have to work all day with no cigarette until lunch, right? Or until break. Usually you work 4 hours, you get a 10-minute break. You go smoke 2 cigarettes real quick. You go back to work for a little bit. A little while later, you go to lunch. You maybe have one in your 30-minute lunch break while you're eating. You don't smoke and eat at the same. I know some people do, but and then you go back to work for a couple hours. Then you had another 10-minute break. You smoke 2 more cigarettes. So during a normal work day, you might smoke 5 because you're not just allowed to walk away and go smoke a cigarette. So, yeah, this dark jerkwad. This is what happens when I think all tobacco control people should be ex-smokers. They're more knowledgeable. They're more knowledgeable about the experience. They understand how difficult it is to quit smoking. They're more compassionate because, hey, dude, I've been there. You know what I'm saying? These assholes that claim to be subject matter experts aren't. No. I mean, I'm assuming that Jonathan Folds probably smoked when he was in college or whatever, but social smoker. But I could be wrong. He could be one of those puritanical people that never did anything.
But the man is telling you that these cigarettes are better than other things
because he's being paid to, dude.
In addition to other things,
did you not see that he published a study this week on reduced nicotine cigarettes?
No. Oh, that explains it. All right, I'll look. Don't do that tonight. I'll look for it.
I was going to cover it, and then this happened. I didn't put it in the show notes because I actually went to the financial. It's an NIH study, and then you have to scroll and try to track down the funding on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I would like to know if 22nd Century actually donated money to he's at Penn State, I think. Yeah, Penn State University.
Our government has put in over $100 million.
I know.
Toward this. So for anybody that needs a background, I've got it. And I think Jim McDonald does too, if I'm not mistaken. There's some anyway. Keep going.
So let's scroll down here. I already read Michael. Let's see if is there anything under Michael here? Let's see. Yeah, we did that. So he responded, nope. Prohibiting leaded gasoline, cars without seatbelts, and guns on sale from your local store, et cetera, et cetera. These are just a few examples of things that have been successfully prohibited/banned in many countries, resulting in improved public health. How?
Mm-hmm.
Can you prove this?
No.
I mean, seat belts, maybe you could, that's a harm reduction thing. We go, but here in America,
80%.
guns are still, I can still go to a local gun store and buy a gun. I don't know what this fucker is talking about. He's from Pennsylvania. I can probably go into my gun cabinet and pull out 10 or 12 business cards from gun dealers that are in fucking Pennsylvania. This guy's a dumbass. So let's read his responses to his thing. Let's see. Andrew Thompson says, notably, not one of those is about things people wish to consume. Yeah, tobacco control likes to deny our agency in these things and blame companies or want to do extreme sports. So Andrew overtweets himself or quote tweets himself. Inquiry into nicotine vaping. One of the questions was, in your opinion, will a requirement for a prescription help reduce uptake of nicotine delivery products such as nicotine e-cigarettes among youth? The phrase black market. So then Casey, who's in one of our groups, your black market thread is epic. Andrew, what the heck is going on with Benjamin Folds? He's not quite convinced about how relatively harmless nicotine is, ? And there's Michael again. I believe his goal is to end smoking related disease by any means necessary. His heart is in the right place. Michael.
Stop tweet shaming him. It's a fine line between trying to keep a conversation going, which is partly why I'm not interrupting most of it, because if you're on a line and they're listening, okay. Dr. Glover herself was one that wasn't convinced at first, folks. If you don't remember, she was one that changed her mind because of a thread in Twitter. It can happen. Not that he's going to change his mind, but Michael's doing well. Michael, just ignore him.
Wait till Snowden gets in, because Snowden comes in here too. He and I are buddies now on Twitter. So Michael defends Dr. Folds a little bit. It's good to question motivations. I had to pay attention to Dr. Folds for a while before I understood his position. I just hope that one day he understands that bodily autonomy and personal freedom trump any. I thought he was going to say something about Donald Trump there for a minute.
There you go.
And Thomas Kursop is visiting us in the Facebook chat room all by himself. He could come to the YouTube, which is in the link. It's in the description. Everybody else is playing in YouTube, Thomas.
We affectionately call it the boob tube, but all right.
Well, there's no boobs. I mean,
for us, chuckle tube.
So, independent tobacco researcher that supports extra low nicotine cigarettes while also supporting vaping. I see one company poised to make a killing on the removal of people's freedoms, and FDA has been funding them. This is a human rights issue. I totally agree.
It is.
Thomas says that he's closing up shop up there in the wintry wastes of Canada. And he's just here for a short time.
But thank you for coming in, Thomas.
Now, I will say, Michael, that as of right now, yes, VLN 22nd Century does appear to have some sort of market they're the only game in town as far as most people know. But Kevin and I already know that all of the other manufacturers already have
they got their own.
They already have their own ready and available to market. They're not going to market them here until they have to, but they will. They will reintroduce old product that they've manufactured before. All of these guys have lower nicotine.
They've had this since at least where I found Philip Morris had it in the 80s, at least the 80s, if not before.
The 70s and 80s. But, Yeah. They may have to tweak it a little bit to get it below a certain threshold, but they already have these products. They know what they're doing. I mean, they genetically modified the tobacco plants that they're using now to make them produce higher levels of nicotine. We already know that the type of tobacco
century.
they don't have the only patent on this technology.
22nd century does cannabis for one, and for two, they do this. Now, what they want is the mandate to become for everybody. This is going to take decades, in my opinion, for all the companies to go, oh, okay, we'll do that. We could do it our own way. What 22nd century is counting on is that they're going to have to buy the patent to do it the way they do it, but they've already got the process already down. They already know what they're doing.
Yeah, they don't have to reverse engineer anything. They already know what they're doing. These guys have been doing this for 200 years in some cases, you know.
Decades.
So Casey is questioning whether Michael should be in bed by now or not here in this tweet.
Thomas is in the YouTubes. Look at that.
Hey, Thomas made it. Woohoo. Yes, I am very happy now. I despise Facebook. There was a camel that, not a camel cigarette. There was a night that the straw that broke the camel's back occurred on Facebook, and they blocked over 400 comments in the chat room.
We don't like them people.
And from that night on, I have primarily focused. I mean, I still broadcast over there, but yeah, Facebook pissed me off. They blocked over 400 comments from the chatters in the chat room for no fucking reason. Yeah. Michael says, I just woke up, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Casey says, yeah, just realized that. I was thinking, blah, blah, blah. Alcohol is crazy addictive, so 1% would be laughable. But if that was the only option, I'd do it. But a lot of it, see? Hard for never dependent people to get that headspace. It's serious, not bad, dangerous. So Casey's on our side. He says, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, because up here he says, I wonder if he's ever smoked, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't have any personal experience in the matter. So, and they're having a conversation here. This is not ridiculous to the conversation, but here, let's go back here. He says, my point is that many countries in the world successfully prohibited easy access to guns, and people in those countries are far less likely to be shot than people in the United States. And it hasn't just been replaced by people being stabbed to death. Don't go to France, dude. France passed some stricter gun laws, and all of a sudden people started getting stabbed. You need to look up the statistics, Jonathan. You're talking about things you don't know. And Michael says, guns are not drugs. Guns obviously hurt other people. Some were designed with the express purpose of killing people. I have some of those. Not for hunting food. I have some of those too. Guns aren't like that at all. People use drugs to feel better, not hurt people or defend themselves. The biggest dangers that I see in the modern drug market are created by prohibition, such as purity, adulterants, accurate dosing, illicit markets that bring violence, the criminalization to the end user, the stigma that prevents medical professionals from helping people that use drugs, and the criminalization of doctors who prescribe certain drugs. I don't think adding some of those dangers to the already dangerous activity of smoking will actually help people. I'm sure the cartel in China are waiting patiently to flood America with illicit tobacco. Look at the illicit market for e-cigarettes in other countries that have banned them. China will happily fill the void with garbage as long as you're not selling it in China. Look at the ram raid problem for cigarettes in New Zealand. Via Valley Street fentanyl clearly shows some of the most dangerous effects of drug prohibition. And then Joe, I don't know Joe, but Joe says, how did drug prohibition work in the United States? It just killed more people with black market products. It won't take a month before New Zealand is flooded with product from China and Southeast Asia.
Now move your mouse back up to Joe, to his name. Click on the follow button.
Do I know Joe? He's got a blue check mark.
Good job. Now you know Joe. Joe, this is Patrick. Patrick, this is Joe.
I don't actually know Joe. I just now I'm acquainted with his Twitter.
Don't you know how to Twitter?
Now it says here seatbelt usage is optional. That's not true.
No, it is for me.
Seatbelt usage is not optional. Legally, they can pull your ass over if you're. I mean, that is probable cause to pull you over. Now, if you drive past a cop and your seatbelt's not fastened,
yes, I've got.
He has probable cause to pull your ass over for that. So seatbelt. Sorry, Joe. Seatbelt usage is not optional.
It is.
It is 50 state required. No, it's 50 state required.
All 50 now?
Yes.
I don't wear them.
They don't get their federal road funding.
Yeah.
They don't get their they lose all of their federal, or they would have lost all of their federal road funding.
Just like the speed limits. All right.
Yeah. So it became mandatory to sell new cars with seatbelts in 1968. You can't sell a new car without seatbelts. Around 26, it will be mandatory to sell. It will be mandatory to sell new unused cigarettes containing blah 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 in New Zealand. You can't market cigarettes with high nicotine content.
When did they sell used cigarettes?
What is an unused cigarette?
So somebody tell me that. Somebody ask him. Oh, there you go. You don't have to use the seatbelts. There you go. Okay.
I'm not going to reply to Joe to let him know that it is actually mandatory in all 50 states, but it is.
Nice to your new friend.
I don't want to embarrass him in front of Jonathan Folds. Kindness counts comes in with the best was prohibiting people from leaving their homes or going to school for months on end. Keeping people safe is the priority, even if it's more damaging to their health than doing nothing. And y'all know that I was, and I still am, all in on the, our COVID numbers here are going back up again, Kevin. Wear a fucking mask. I don't think we should have, I don't think we needed to shut anything down. I think we should have just worn fucking masks, washed our goddamn hands. Everything would have been fine.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I am not a scientist in that particular sense.
No, me neither.
So I've read, because we were asked by Michael to read all of the subtweets. So now I got to go back up here because we've read all the subtweets under that one. I think he just wanted to see his name more and more on every show.
Well, there was some intelligence in there, so I'm happy.
Uh-huh.
That's all I care.
Yeah. And then here,
B.
Bruni says, good thing people can buy straight nicotine to be able to boost them themselves. Now, somebody later on asked the question, well, what's going to stop them from doing that? There's a rather rude comment in addition to in connection with that. And now our friend Christopher Snowden says, this will not age well. So this asshole says that's what people said when Ireland decided to ban smoking in bars and restaurants. It aged just fine. Mm-hmm. So I replied to that. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Last time I was in Dublin, it's been a few years. I was and it was after the ciggy ban. Everybody was fucking still smoking in the bars in Ireland, even though it was illegal.
Well, yeah. Because why wouldn't?
Now he claims that he was in Dublin last week. Now,
all right.
I will not confirm nor deny that he was actually there. But the last time I was there, people were fucking smoking like chimneys in the fucking bars. Not in the outdoor patio area, in the fucking bars. So then we scroll down a little bit more. Is that the up? Yeah. No. He says, and the Kiwis can just get on a flight to another country and smoke. No big deal.
I didn't see that one good. Oh man.
Yeah. I don't mind indoor smoking bans, but reducing nicotine in combustible cigarettes while leaving all the poisons is counterproductive. You want to reduce the disease and death? Reduce those. And then here it is. I said, if nicotine is so dangerous and addictive, where are all the youth nicotine patch and gum addicts?
Mm-hmm. I can't find them either.
Where are they?
I've looked.
I've
asked.
I have never seen a bunch of kids waiting in line to get their nicotine patches, because they actually can buy them here. You know that, right, Kevin? They can buy nicotine gum.
I know.
If they're over 12 years old.
Why wouldn't they?
They're not
on your arm. Nobody will ever know.
So yeah, we're all.
I've asked the American Pediatrics, the president of the American Pediatrics, 2 of them now, in succession. Where's the stats? Where is it? There isn't it.
So our very good friend Mark and Bernie, I think Bernie actually typed this one out. As someone subjected to tobacco control for 49 years, I think it's past time that it stopped forcing its will upon the unwilling, silenced, and misinformed population. Stop developing weapons to use against us. Focus on tools to help us learn from what we've done with e-cigarettes despite tobacco control.
Right in the mouth.
I don't. Michael says they don't even need parents' permission. No, they don't. And yeah, kids.
Not that I know
they're and we've shown pictures on this show in the past. Nicotine replacement NRT products. If you go into a lot of stores, they're right at like the 3-year-old knee, like my knee level, 3-year-old eyeball level in a lot of the stores. So a kid could just walk up, grab a pack of NRT gum, and then here you go. So then our friend, the rodent Phil, he says, I wholeheartedly agree to our friend Bernie. By using a policy combination of carrot and stick, where's the carrot? I haven't seen a single carrot in all of my years of smoking and the years since I quit. It's all stick.
Yep.
That is why you fail.
That's why you keep your job.
And then Johnny, the terrorist cult so-called tobacco control cannot be fixed. It must be destroyed, and its leadership convicted for crimes against humanity.
I can't disagree with him.
And then Michael says the same thing that we've said on this show many times. You meet them where they are, not where you are, not where you want them to be.
Correct.
If you want to deal with this problem, it must be done with compassion and understanding, and let people understand that they're not dirty. They're not. I mean, everything is about degrading smokers.
Well, of course it is.
We're not going to let you have any control about how you quit smoking.
No, you have to do it the way we want you to, or we don't like it.
Exactly.
You stinky little bastards.
Oh, here's some jerkwad. Cecilia says the same exact risk, no worries, very low nicotine. And then you have a picture here. It says
that is a
combustion
real tweet,
reduced.
Folks.
This is this prescribing smoking? Will health benefits increase? Are the other ingredients reduced? Will this cause more casual smokers? Can you define minimally or non-addictive? What is being added to the tobacco to reduce nicotine? The answer's no. The combustion is not reduced. No, this is not about prescribing smoking. Health benefits increase as cigarettes per day decrease or reach zero.
Yeah.
How are you going to achieve that, you dumb son of a bitches, when you produce a product that is so innocuous, so smooth, people don't even know that you're killing them?
You can smoke, your parents can smoke, your kids can smoke. It's not addictive. Everything's fine.
And the people that need the nicotine will smoke more to get the nicotine that they need.
I feel it.
Are the other ingredients reduced? You've highlighted no. Will this cause more casual smokers? No, that is a fucking lie right there. These things are so mild. They're so smooth. They're so non-threatening. Of course, more people are going to use them.
What
your product
studies showed.
Oh, where's that fucking picture at? So
which one?
The 22nd century picture that Folds tweeted.
when I've got it
when asked about the labeling. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find that because there's a question that Marwa didn't ask. And since your tweet, here it is right here. So what does this say? 95% less nicotine.
Mm-hmm.
So how does this tell the consumer that it still has all of the poisons?
It says it underneath that all cigarettes can cause disease and death. That's the mandated by FDA label.
But it's so small.
On.
It can compared to the 95% less nicotine.
Right.
All cigarettes can cause disease and death is so small.
Since you're here, since we're all here, Patrick, could you explain to me a 95% less nicotine package of cigarettes with the first 3 words below it, nicotine is addictive? Why is that there?
Well, it still has some. It still has some nicotine. They're still in there, Kevin. It's just small.
Do you find that odd?
Yes. So shouldn't the most important thing on this pack of cigarettes be all cigarettes can cause disease and death? That's the one that you want everybody to read, right? Mm-mm. So shouldn't this have a bigger font type than this?
Well, because it helps you smoke less.
If you really cared, Kevin, you would say all cigarettes can cause disease and death.
Yeah.
In big, bold letters.
Well,
bigger than everything else.
I thought about that caring notion.
And then in the smaller typeface, you can say this has 95% less nicotine. If you believe this lie that nicotine is addictive, okay. Mm-hmm. Less nicotine does not mean safer.
So they have a
reduced harm. They have an MRTP for these things, Kevin.
Yes. Oh yeah, they're already approved. They're already on the market.
Yeah. And they are allowed to make not reduced harm claims. They're allowed to make reduced constituent claims, right? So the only thing that they reduced is the nicotine.
They can do what that says. Now, if everybody caring notion bullshit would be, we're the FDA and we're no longer going to approve any new cigarettes, right?
Well, no, they never said
we're
that.
Not going to. I can't remember the time they did. So caring.
No, they never said sharing. That. They can't.
No.
They can't say that because we can't say that they said it because they never did say it, because obviously they're in
because they're not going to do it, and they never have, and they never will.
The CTP derives 100% of its funding from tobacco user fees, and that's not from us, the consumer. I mean, that's from the tobacco company. They pay a fee every year to have the right to sell cigarettes in America. So the FDA CTP, all of its funding comes from those tobacco user fees. They have 1,000 employees that they get. That's how they get their paycheck. Think about that. The regulators are paid by the regulatee.
Yeah.
So
what's that? Yeah. Chicken in the hen house? What? Yeah. Wolf.
Then there's your little Oprah pick. No worries, very low. Yeah. Cigarettes will not be addictive. No worries. Very low nicotine. You can smoke. Your kids can smoke. Their kids can smoke. Grandma can finally go back to smoking. Smoke all you like. They're barely addictive. And most importantly, political front group and government approved.
Period.
Yep. And then James says, I'm thinking someone might have a little money invested. With a picture of Paul Newman from The Hustle.
Keep the cannolis. It's a different movie, but the same thing.
Paul Newman, that was The Godfather. Paul Newman was not in The Godfather.
Right. I know that. That's why I said different movie. Now,
this is from The Hustle.
So everybody knows that Harold Weimer, I call him Harold Weiner, but Harold Weimer from the Lung Association wants the FDA to put these out before they were out, et cetera, et cetera. I've got them all with a nice little letter. They all want everybody to keep smoking. It's okay.
Yeah.
Calm down.
So I'm not telling everybody to go pile on Dr. Folds.
Nope. And
Don't do that. don't do that.
In
I
my
want you to
opinion, do
see
not.
what I want you to see what he said, though. He did allege that Marwood was trying to keep people from being addicted to nicotine, which I really didn't appreciate. Other than that, so don't.
Yeah.
But you could go and provide him facts. I'm going to have to dig up the previous studies that I have that discuss substitution. He's claiming that in his paper that he produced this week that there's there will be very little to no substitution. So I will be quoting other studies at him.
In my fever of discussing this with Michael something, the president at the time of 22nd Century, they had a study at that time that was completed, and it said, we asked people who didn't want to quit smoking to try these, and they reduced their 230 people or some small amount, and they reduced their cigarette intake. I mean, I imagine all of you are smokers. They smoked approximately 1.6 cigarettes less a day. Now, woohoo! That's a success. I don't understand. Well, it's less.
No, Kevin, because they say that reducing your cigarettes is not good. You have to completely quit. So if you used to smoke 20 and now you only smoke 10, that's not good enough.
Well, no, you smoke 20, you smoke 18.4.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, but
if you want me to quit smoking, you're going to give me a cigarette to quit smoking. Now that defies all of my logic that you've told me for 100 years, except for the nicotine part, because you want to keep that one rolling. That's what.
So I'm not saying that he's on the payroll, because I can't prove it yet, but I will look.
But either way,
I will go through the NIH funding and stuff to see if if certain studies were had money earmarked or whatever, but I will find out. But that particular study that he just produced did not have it did have a conflict of interest statement, but it was all funding from this study was produced from this grant from NIH. So
cigarettes are okay to help quit smoking. It'll help you smoke less.
Yeah. And here, oh dear Lord.
Oh, that didn't work. Keep trying.
So here, this is one here. This is the one this is the newest one. So it says here, the effects of reduced nicotine content cigarettes on biomarkers of nicotine intoxicant exposure, smoking behavior, and psychiatric symptoms in smokers with mood or anxiety disorders, a double-blind randomized trial. My God, it's double the gold standard, Kevin.
Okay, I'm ready.
So I'm not going to read the study because...
conclusions right above.
Yeah, I'm just here. Funding.
Oh, okay.
Research reported in this publication is supported by NIH, drug abuse, blah, blah, blah. Here's the award number. The school, Penn State University. So no funding from 22nd Century.
Good.
Not out in the open, at least.
Good.
So,
and he's a health science and psychiatry is his professor of, by the way.
So according to him, according to his conclusions, and they had 143 participants in the study. Such a small group. But anyway, reducing nicotine content in cigarettes to very low levels reduced some toxicant exposures and cigarette addiction and increases smoking cessation in smokers with mood and or anxiety disorders without worsening mental health. That's the conclusion.
But Patrick,
so it reduced some of the biomarkers for nicotine, obviously, because there's less nicotine, so it's going to reduce the biomarkers. After switching to the lowest nicotine content cigarettes compared to smokers in the UNC group that's the University of North Carolina, At the last randomized visit, the RNC group had reduced nicotine, significantly lower plasma levels of cotinine, which is the biomarker for nicotine, or it's a metabolite. It's one of the things your body produces when you ingest nicotine. So, of course, if you reduce it, it's going to go down 95% because it has 95% less nicotine, you dumb son of a bitch.
Imagine that.
Yeah, but look, a lung. So it says here it reduces the metabolite NNK, which is a lung cancer carcinogen. Exhaled carbon monoxide, cigarette consumption, and cigarette dependences were also significantly lower in the reduced nicotine cigarettes. No between group differences were found in the range of other biomarkers or health indicators, blood pressure, 5. So they did 5 different psychiatric questionnaires, including the Keesler K6 measure of psychological distress at the end of the subsequent 12-week treatment choice phase. Those randomized to the reduced nicotine cigarette group were more likely to have quit smoking based on the initial intent of the treatment sample. Blah, blah, blah.
More likely. Now, look at Tom's comment. How about normal population levels? That it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Extrapolating is a very popular way to say what you want to say. I didn't even know it existed until 9 years ago. So I don't know what the answer is.
Okay, so I'm gonna address Michael's comment here. Says he's kind of mad that they are testing on people with mental health challenges. Anyway, in a randomized controlled parallel group trial conducted at 2 sites in the U.S., Penn State University at the Hershey, PA campus and the Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston, Massachusetts, 188 adult smokers with current or lifetime anxiety or unipolar mood disorder not planning to quit in the next 6 months were ran. So these were just anxiety disorders. Just to be clear, they weren't testing on schizoaffective or bipolar or ADHD or any of those, or people who can't make choices for themselves. I'm not going to suggest that he was doing experiments on people that were unable to make choices for themselves. So these were just people suffering from anxiety problems and depression, probably. Yeah. Unipolar, yeah. So it would be either. It would be mostly depressive, probably depressives, but I get what you're saying. I'm not dogging on you because I agree if it had, but I might be pissed off at him, but I don't think that he's that big of an asshole that he would experiment on really, really mentally ill people. So we'll get away from that for a minute. Hey, did you see that there's a lot of drama going on Twitter this week, Kevin? With Elon?
I've seen some hub.
I mean, I actually don't. I kind of have a very vague idea of what happened. Or
I have less of a vague idea.
So
I know there's some stuff.
Apparently, on the day that Twitter announced that it would ban or it would lock people's accounts if you doxed someone. Yep. Kevin and I don't need to be doxed. Y'all know who we are. Obviously,
don't even care.
A lot of you actually have my address. I mean, I'm not going to say it out loud right now, but a lot of you have sent me stuff. So some of you have my address. But I don't care. If you want to swap me, please don't. But
right.
That happens. But apparently on that day, something might have happened where somebody assaulted a car that Elon's kid was in. And in between those two events, or after they made the rule about doxing people, apparently a bunch of reporters must have covered that Elon was flying somewhere or something, and either announced showed the tail numbers of his plane. You know, there are web apps that you can actually type in the tail numbers of an airplane and it'll tell you exactly where that plane is.
I did not know that.
Apparently, somehow several reporters reported something that Elon didn't like. And in that reporting, they must have reported where his plane was, and he must have been on it or something. And since he was already pissed off at them and they just put this policy in place, he locked a bunch of people's accounts because he felt that they doxed his location. I mean, everybody knows his name, and that, you know, they know he lives in California somewhere around San Francisco, I think, until he moves to Austin. I know that eventually he's building a big, huge mansion here in Austin. Not here in Austin, because I'm not in Austin. Here in Texas, though. Big fucking state. But so now everybody's upset because he blocked these people's accounts. And then after that, somebody jumped on the hood of the car that his kid was in, and the security guy must have got out and chased the guy to a car. The guy got in a car and they were videoing it, and he took a picture of the guy's license plate, and then Elon posted it. Do you know this guy? So there's a whole bunch of fucking drama going on. People are butthurt all over. I mean, Elon got butthurt because they posted his airplane, something about his plane. I keep seeing stories about his fucking plane. I don't know any of the details on this other than that Crisp acknowledged. Garland says it was not him because he is in the Oakland area over there in California near San Francisco. So, and delete we know tweet, I saw the guy in the video, so we know that he didn't jump on the car because it was a white dude and he didn't have nearly the smile that Chris has. So it wasn't that guy.
He wasn't licking his fingers from the chocolate.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but anyway, you know, people are so fucking riled up. Like I have the choice, Kevin. I do have a Facebook account. I choose not to use it.
Yeah.
I periodically will type take a picture of food and post it. Here's the food that I'm eating on this holiday or whatever. I think on Thanksgiving, I did post my Christmas, or not Christmas. I keep saying my Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
But I won't post again until Christmas. And then after Christmas, it may be 4 months until I post again on Facebook. I have a personal problem with Facebook, and I choose not to use it. It's the same thing with Twitter. Yeah. If Twitter pisses me off, I'll just fucking leave Twitter. I mean, they don't have to lock my account, and I don't have to go and make a big... This is the thing that I all these motherfuckers, and I'm using a lot of motherfuckers tonight. All these motherfuckers, whether it's Facebook or Twitter, like they will make a long fucking post about how angry they are about Facebook or Twitter and how they're fucking leaving Facebook or Twitter, and they're going to delete their account, never come back. And then, 6 months or 6 days later, 6 hours later, they're back. When I leave, I'm just going to fucking leave. I'm not going to tell you I'm leaving. I'm not going to delete my account. You're gone. I'm going to delete the app off my phone, or I'll just move it into the don't open this app pile for a while. And then maybe I'll come back in a couple months and I'll look and see if it's still toxic and annoying and whether, I want to come back or not.
Yeah.
I just think it's stupid as hell for people to just, regurgitate, vomit all of this bullshit about how they're fucking leaving and stay. I see all these people like Rob Reiner every day. I don't even know why I'm seeing Rob Reiner's tweets about how I'm leaving fucking Twitter, or, blah blah blah. It's a racist, blah blah blah. And I'm just like, dude, just go away.
I'm waiting on people to move out of the country.
You don't have to protest every day that how you're leaving and you never leave. Just leave.
Yeah.
You don't even have to tell anybody. Just go away.
People have threatened to move out of the country.
I keep seeing George Takei. I love George Takei. I love Star Trek. You're a good actor, and I respect you, and I feel bad for your experiences because he was in a one of those relocation camps during World War II. I feel bad that happened, dude. But you're annoying the hell out of me every fucking day because you're not going to see me. Like he's like doing this long exit. Like it's taken him like 2 months. I'm leaving. Just do it. Go, man. Just.
Is this like my 5-year notice I've given you for leaving the show?
Kind of.
That's kind of why I started it.
I'm like,
you got 4 years, 11 months, young man. Just act right.
It's like all these assholes that said, and again, I am not a fan of Trump. I didn't vote for Trump, but man, do you think it's going to hurt Trump if you leave Twitter or if you leave America? Do you think Trump? Do you think all these actors and everybody said, "Oh, if Trump gets elected, I'm going to Canada." Well, Trump was elected for 4 years, and that whole 4 years, you were still here,
bitching.
So your threats are meaningless now. Nobody's going to respect the thing you say. Do what you say, and say what you mean. That's all I'm saying. All this bullshit about everybody being fragile and stuff. Fuck you.
No. Were you offended? Good.
I was not I was not offended. I'm just like, these guys are giving me a fucking headache with all this bullshit.
Not you or them.
No.
What happened when you were offended?
Hey,
nothing.
Chris did this thing. He said on Twitter, "Oh, I'm going to go set up an account on." I can't remember whether it was Locals or some other social media platform. He didn't say, "I'm leaving Twitter and I'm going over here." He said, "I'm going to open an account and check it out and see what's going on over there."
There you go.
But he didn't say, "I'm going to leave Twitter and still hang out on Twitter." He just said, "I'm going to go over there. I have an account over there too, Blah.
We must have better chocolate because he's still with us.
Yeah. He loves us. I'm going to rub this and make it bigger before I show it. So this week, a whole bunch of our friends wrote a letter, an editorial, and it was published in the Journal of Addiction. Yeah. Yes, I just said, I know Chris says, "I'm still on Twitter." I know you are. I said you didn't leave Twitter. You didn't threaten to leave Twitter. You just said, "Hey, I'm going to go check out this other place." I can't remember what it was. I know it wasn't Rumble. Was it Rumble? Maybe it was Rumble. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of these new places, and I'm too old to learn like new places. Kevin,
there's Twat. I don't know. I've got too many now. I'm not going anywhere else. Not doing it.
But anyway, a bunch of our friends wrote a letter. But I should loosely say friends. There's one guy on here who we just shit all over, but he's on here too. So the United States public health officials need to correct e-cigarette misinformation. And this is from Michael Pesco, Michael Cummins, Cliff Douglas. You see, I in my head, when I think of Cliff, I don't think of Clifford, because if I think of Clifford, I think of a big red dog.
I do. Yes, I do too.
Yeah. Jonathan Folds, Tom Miller, Nancy, and Kenneth Warren. And I always think, or Warner, I always think of him as Ken too. I never think of him as Kenneth.
And Mr. Douglas also likes the low nicotine too. Remember?
Yeah, but I'm not going to shit all over him yet either, because he didn't say rude things to my friends.
No. Well, he told me I was one of them, technically, but that's okay.
No, you're one of us. One of us. So it says here, health misinformation is harmful as it can cause confusion and sow mistrust regarding the adoption of public health recommendations and policies. We provide examples of e-cigarette misinformation promoted by the United States public health officials, which have persisted despite new data challenging the validity of their original assertions.
That's awful funny since we just read all them tweets, but all right.
Yeah. Well, he's not a public health official.
I know.
So the Surgeon General of the United States recently launched an initiative to reduce health misinformation. In an advisory, he wrote, and that's the quote that I just did, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not actually. Health misinformation is a serious threat to public health. It can cause confusion, sow mistrust, harm people's health, and undermine public health efforts. Limiting the spread of health misinformation is a moral and civic imperative. Now, I guarantee you when he said that, he was not talking about misinformation about vaping.
No.
I'm sure that what he was talking about starts with a V and ends with "een."
Yeah. Of course.
Stuff. Yeah. So we agree and applaud the Surgeon General for addressing this important issue, which has garnered media attention primarily due to COVID. Questions related to the risks of e-cigarettes constitute another area where there is widespread misinformation. We focus upon two specific examples that continue to be propagated by the United States public health officials, despite evolving scientific data contradicting these assertions. As the recent Surgeon General advisory on misinformation observed, updating assessments and recommendations based on new evidence is an essential part of the scientific process. Now, I'm going to pause here for a second because the current Surgeon General, Rachel Levine, I think it's Rachel Levine. It's a dude or a person that used to be a dude who was the head of public health, the director of public health, or whatever it is in Pennsylvania, who probably 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, we did a long segment about them because they had produced a video on YouTube full of lies and misinformation. So I don't have any confidence in this person being the Surgeon General suddenly changing their stance on vaping when they had such a horribly miseducated.
You're confusing me.
Yeah.
You're confusing me, which isn't hard.
How am I confusing you?
Is Vivek Murthy the Surgeon General, or is she the Surgeon General?
I thought they were the Surgeon General, Kevin. I think.
Oh, I thought she was like a HHS.
I saw her wearing a uniform the other day.
I did too. Now I'm more confused.
So either way, okay. So if I'm wrong and it's not Levine and it's Vivek, we already know Vivek is an idiot.
Yeah, and I thought he was acting.
I think
he's acting.
He was, and I remember that he was. He was. As soon as Biden was elected, essentially. Let me double check what
he got put
Rachel.
Back in. I don't know. I thought she was HHS something, or I don't know.
You are correct. She is not.
But she
had I did
a uniform.
See her wearing a fucking uniform on.
She did. It was. You're right about that part. So Vivek is the second time Surgeon General. As the title goes.
So they're calling her. So apparently she's the Assistant Secretary for Health at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay, HHS.
And let me show you. This is a picture of them.
It's her and Biden, right?
In a fucking
it looks like it to me. Yeah,
then over here, this is why I was confused because
I thought Vivek got shot.
They're referring to her as Admiral. Them.
Okay. I don't know. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
This
person is not.
Yeah, I'm confused now what their maybe if they throw an admiral's uniform on, maybe they I don't know. I mean, I can't, but yeah, her actual title is assistant secretary. But anyway, this person had an awful stance on vaping when they were in charge of public health in Pennsylvania.
Right.
But the actual Surgeon General is Vivek, and Vivek also holds the rank of admiral. So I don't know.
Vivek was handed the Vivek Greg Conley, our friend, who should be on the show. We should get it.
I've asked him more than once. I'll just say that. There's a couple people that I've asked repeatedly to be on the show, and then I've just given up asking. So yeah, I have asked. If I told you that I had asked for a certain neck tattooed, flat billed capped, flannel shirt wearing YouTube person to come on the show like a dozen times and never received a single response. I've messaged him about bands.
Yeah.
Like, hey, the guy that you like that sings for the band that you like is also in this band. And he'll go, oh, wow, I didn't know that. But thanks, dude. He'll respond to that. He has responded to my Facebook messages about that. But then I say, hey, dude, you want to come on the show? Crickets.
There's a picture of Greg handing Vivek Murphy the Royal College of Physicians report, I think. I don't remember. I'm not sure which it was, but he's physically handing him the report. So anyway, you'll see that on my Twitter on occasion.
Yes.
Just ask. Have you read it?
Anywho, let's get back to this.
You ain't gonna do shit.
But yes, Greg, I've asked him dozens of times. He's always got an excuse. Oh, I'm going to be out of the country for that. Or I'm going to be, I'm going to be so tired because it's a Friday night and I want to go watch wrestling, or I want to go, I want to go to, I'm going to this death metal show, or I'm going to.
Don't wrestle shame him.
You look at that little dude, because he is very diminutive. You look at that little dude and you think, this guy's wearing a tie. He's an attorney. He's, very, a very educated person. And then like you sit down and talk to him and he's like, oh, I'm going to go see Cannibal Corpse tomorrow. Or, hey, I can't hang out after this conference because I'm going to go to the movie theater because they're showing this C grade horror movie. Cause he is he's a huge death metal wrestling / really bad horror movie fan.
Yeah.
But anyway, love him to death though. Yeah. It is really, no, I'm not going to recount that story again. E-cigarette or vaping product use associated lung injury, E-Valley. So this is the misinformation 1, because there's 2 examples on this. E-Valley was a lung disease resulting in serious illness and premature deaths in North America between mid-2019 and early 2020. And there were actually a few stories about that E-Valley is in the UK now, or E-Valley's in Australia now. That did occur, actually. They were trying to blame vaping for some shit over there, too. E-Valley is we read that. It was originally labeled vaping-associated pulmonary illness, VAPI, but e-cigarette was later added to the title by the CDC. Canadian health authorities, by contrast, chose to label vaping-associated lung illness, VALI, while the CDC's name includes e-cigarette. All evidence points towards vitamin E acetate contaminated illegal THC vapes as the cause, and no research has identified any chemicals found in nicotine e-cigarettes as the cause. Vitamin acetate is not soluble in nicotine e-liquids and has never been detected in nicotine e-liquids, period. Good night, Michael Redfern. He's trying to get his name mentioned again. Do you see that? As many times as we mentioned him, he's becoming an ego. Yeah, just saying. Yeah.
Quit tweet shaming him.
Despite the evidence, the CDC continues including e-cigarettes in the name E-Valley. This naming has affected news coverage and contributed to the distortion or to distorted consumer beliefs about the risks of vaping nicotine. Smokers are twice as likely to incorrectly identify nicotine e-cigarettes as the cause of EVALI than to correctly identify illicit adulterated THC products. EVALI contributed to an immediate increase in the perceived risk of e-cigarettes relative to the more dangerous combustible cigarettes, and these increased misperceived risks have not fully abated. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
You see that now? He's over there. I'm famous now. You see what he's doing over there?
All the way to McDonald's.
Yeah, he's that and $2.50 will buy you a small cup of coffee at McDonald's.
That's right.
Mm. The increased perceived risk is associated with a 30% reduction in both e-cigarette demand and reduced use of e-cigarettes for smoking cessation. In August of 2021, 75 experts asked the CDC to remove the reference to e-cigarettes with the term EVALI, but the CDC refused, in part because 14% of EVALI patients reported exclusive use of nicotine-containing products. However, this ignores the reality that THC is illegal in many jurisdictions, and so self-reporting on its use is unreliable. Do you remember I
absolutely unreliable.
I mentioned that to the Surgeon General at the time. You remember that? And he said that if physicians were going to surreptitiously, clandestinely drug test, and I said, well, who in the fuck said clandestine, you sneaky bastard? I just said test them.
We're going to test them, period.
You see that? I asked him, hey,
you can't breathe?
The thing is in the tweet, he's asking, he forgot that above, in that thread, above, he had said, he had taken a picture, or there was a picture where he had asked all of the public health officials to give us all of the samples of product that you have, so that we can test them. You remember that?
Right.
I pulled his pants down on that one.
Fox in the hen house again.
Addy says he's going to get somebody to PM me on Twitter. I didn't mention any names. I don't know how. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't name anybody, did I? That description that I gave could be anybody. I'm not shaming anyone. I'm not shaming anyone. That would be rude.
Well, we know it's not Greg, because I've never seen Greg wear a hat.
Greg does have tattoos.
Well, yeah, but I've never seen the man wear a hat.
I don't know that he has tattoos. I'm just joking. He may.
Well, if we say his name 3 times, will he come in the room? Maybe.
I've never seen him in short sleeves, so I couldn't tell you whether or not Greg has tattoos.
Oh, there you go. Well, we've said his name at least 3 times now.
Oh, I think he's out of the country again. I think he's like gallivanting somewhere. Yeah, I think I saw somewhere that he was
gallivanting. It's all right.
I'm bringing back a whole bunch of old-fashioned words.
All right, that's good.
Yeah,
Hope said it. Can we use that one eventually before the night's over?
Yeah, well, you've said it now.
There you go. All right.
Yeah. So, however, this ignores the reality that THC is illegal in many jurisdictions, self-reporting is unreliable, blah, 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 as shown by THC, or its metabolites being frequently found in samples collected from EVALI patients claiming to only use nicotine-containing products. Plus, we actually have journalistic proof, Kevin. Remember that kid that was in the hospital and was suddenly getting paid and going to all these giving lectures about how horrible vaping is, and we found the original story where he admitted vaping THC, and nobody ignore that. Yeah. No,
well, Jerry's got his arms around him.
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah.
Photo ops and stupidity. Yeah. Discombobulated. I like that one too.
Yeah. Another issue is that the CDC lacks a clear definition of an e-cigarette. Under the CDC's Unclear guidance, an e-cigarette can include non-nicotine containing THC only vaping products. The term vaping Mallory knows the kid's name. She just typed it in the chat room. See that? Daniel Ament. We got long memories. All of our people, we have trained them well, Kevin.
We've got receipts, don't we?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Receipts. Yes.
Yes, we
I wouldn't have been able to do that one. That one I wouldn't have been remembering.
So yeah, we don't own the word vaping. I do see a lot of people who are upset that the pot people, that the actual verb vaping refers to an act. It doesn't refer to the substance being inhaled. It just that something is being vaporized and inhaled. And they actually were around before us. Dry herb vaporizers have been around way before, longer than e-cigarettes.
Decade or more, at least.
Yeah. So we have to own this. I know there was a move. There was like people a while back trying to have us change the nomenclature and no longer refer to this is an e-cigarette, and they wanted to name it something else. It's too late. It's out in the world. You can't rename it now. It is what it is.
I don't like it either. I don't.
But that's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah.
This was before my time. Even e-cigarettes were already, out, because I bought my first e-cigarette at a mall. So that's what it was called. So it is what it is. We can't go
it's
at 10 years. 10 years in, we can't call it a personalized electronic nicotine delivery system.
Penis.
Or inhalation system. We can't do that now. It's already what it is. Kevin has penis in his mouth all the time.
That's right. Ladies, you have many penises on your desk, so there you go. Uh-oh.
Chris says, "Hey, I just want to take a moment to wish you all a happy holiday season, and thanks to all of the vaping advocates. You are appreciated." Thank you for all of the rest of the chat.
Yes.
I'm kind of mad that he didn't say Christmas. Why can't you say Christmas, Chris? Why you have to say holiday season?
Quit comment shaming him. Send him chocolates.
See, Bruni's got it right. He says Merry Christmas, Chris.
Merry whatever you celebrate. How's that?
No. I'm going to say Happy Festivus.
You can say anything you like.
Happy Festivus. That's a reference that a lot of people may or may not get.
Yes.
So yeah, they cover E-Valley. I'm not going to read the rest of the other two paragraphs. We're just going to scroll on down to e-cigarette use as a gateway to cigarette smoking. No, sir. There's only one holiday that matters this month. No, sir.
Get him, Chris. Stab his balls. Get him. That's
Festivus for the rest of us. The Surgeon General's sponsored public health information website about e-cigarettes, entitled "Know the Risks of E-Cigarettes in Young People," states that e-cigarette use is associated with the use of other tobacco products. While technically accurate, many have misinterpreted the statement to mean that nicotine vaping causes young people to smoke cigarettes. The origins of this misinformation stem in part from concerns that first raised in the 2016 Surgeon General's report and later reinforced in the 2018 National Academies of Science and Engineering and Medicine report on e-cigarettes, both of which asserted that nicotine vaping was a gateway to smoking for young people. However, significant evidence now exists that this association between vaping and smoking is not causal, which is a source of confusion for the lay public and public health or healthcare professionals.
Mm-hmm.
Survey data shows that youth cigarette use declining steadily despite vaping increase. When past 30-day youth e-cigarette use rates were as high as 32.9% in 2019, youth smoking rates should have been rising if the Surgeon General's statement that e-cigarette use is associated with the use of other tobacco products represents a causal relationship. Instead, by 2021, the e-cigarette use fell to a record low 1.9%. 1.9%.
Yeah.
So only
What's that say?
New Year's Eve is a holiday. Therefore, the phrase that's in a different month. New Year's is even in a different year.
New Year's Eve is the 31st, you goof.
No, New Year's Eve is not a holiday. I have to work on New Year's Eve. I only get New Year's Day off. New Year's Day is in 2023. That's not even the same. That's in a different year.
Oh.
New Year's Eve is not a holiday. That's a full work day for me. That's no holiday. Still got to go to work.
I'm so sorry about the comment shaming.
Man, people.
All discombobulated today.
All right. Additional evidence inconsistent with the causal connection between youth nicotine vaping and smoking uptake comes from natural experiments evaluating how e-cigarette restrictions adopted by some localities, but not others, at a given point in time have impacted youth cigarette smoking. These natural experiments attempts to address confounding from common liabilities and can provide causal inference of if outcome trends in the pre-period can be this is a lot of jargon here, be parallel between adopters and non-adopters. There are 7 natural experiment different style studies in e-cigarette minimum legal age, purchase age laws, and e-cigarette tax rates on youth, 6 of which find that these policies increase cigarette use. So yes.
There you go.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff. So they're saying basically, this is not true. There's no basis for your nonsense. Yada, yada, yada. So then they're saying you need to clear this shit up. That's what this says. Y'all need to quit misinforming people and making hyperbolic statements. That's what that is.
I wish it said that.
Well, that's essentially
Stop
what it
fucking
says.
around.
They don't use my words, but they use really smart words. But yeah. So you see that Will Webb showed up after we finished our first article. We've been here an hour and 34. We've been here an hour 34 minutes, and we've only covered one article, Kevin.
One. That's because you're shaming everybody in the chat room.
I'm going to skip the next one that talks about Avail losing their lawsuit and go straight to the Sun UK. Let me pre-rub this, make sure that it's not small so that I have the ability to read it better. And let's see. This is Ask Dr. Jeff. This is Dr. Jeff, apparently, at the UK Sun. And the headline says, "My pregnant partner says vaping isn't a danger to the baby. Is she right?" So Dr. Jeff Forrester. Now, the first question isn't even about that, so I'm going to skip this. We're going to keep scrolling to the next question, which is under all this nonsense. Okay, here it is. "My partner is pregnant with our first baby and continues to vape. She is 32 years old and keeps telling me that vaping isn't a danger to the baby. Is she right?" So Dr. Jeff says, "Vaping is relatively new, so we don't have all the data or research to show what it can do in the long term." Well, I mean, I'm not a baby. I wasn't a baby when I started vaping, so I was actually out of the womb. But anyway, even in the latter half of the 20th century, it was not uncommon for some doctors to smoke cigarettes between clinics. And prior to that, smoking was even advertised as having health benefits. It does, Kevin. It keeps you skinny if you...
It does.
Supposedly. It didn't keep me skinny, but it supposedly helps other people be skinny. Of course, that's not the case, and we now know just how damaging smoking is. In terms of vaping, there is evidence to show that there are adverse health risks. And when it comes to pregnancy, vaping contains nicotine, which has been proven to permanently damage a baby's developing brain as well as other organs.
Oh my God.
Been proven. In addition, e-cigarettes also contain various flavors and additives that have no data about, but which could additionally cause harm. In general, it is accepted that vaping is damaging to a growing baby and not advised during pregnancy. So, I would say I am not a prenatal expert, Kevin, but I would say that vaping is probably safer to the baby in the womb than smoking. I will say that.
Yes.
I will couch.
Yes.
I will be as careful as possible in my language and say that it's probably safer for the baby than smoking a cigarette. And it probably will be safer for the baby and mama. We got to consider mama because the baby is inside of mama. To have something, because if I have a friend who had a stroke one time because she went to the doctor and the doctor said, you need to quit drinking Mountain Dew, because she was drinking like a case of Mountain Dew every 2 days. Like she was sucking it down and she quit cold turkey. She forced herself to stop. She had a stroke 2 days later. So sometimes when you quit something quickly that your body is used to, it does bad things to you.
Yep.
Yeah. So moving on, Kevin, I saw this tweet from Legalise Vaping Australia, and it has a little video. I need to actually reduce this just a little bit so the video fits on the screen. There we go. And I think it's worth watching. So the tweet says, in some ways, you must admire how anti-vapers, in the face of irrefutable logic and scientific studies, still say vaping isn't a smoking cessation aid. Ditch the script and make vapes more accessible to people trying to quit smoking. And there's a little video here. It's a 2-minute video. Let me pause this and drag it all the way over here and then turn the volume up and hit play.
Clearly, vaping is not risk-free. It's more dangerous than not vaping or not smoking. But it does
That's true.
seem that the overwhelming evidence is that vaping is substantially better for you than smoking, if that is the only alternative, rather than doing nothing at all. How do we then kind of square the circle that it is still legal to go and buy a packet of tobacco cigarettes today, and yet it is not legal for somebody who is trying to quit those to go and buy nicotine vaping fluid unless they go to a doctor and they go to a dispensing pharmacy?
So
Now, is this is Emily, right? Is that her name? Emily Banks? Is that Emily Banks? Somebody? Anyone? My Canadian or my Aussie people?
cigarettes widely available as consumer goods was about the gravest public health error that.
Oh, let's go back here. Let's. What did this bitch just say?
It's widely available as consumer goods was about the gravest public health error. So making cigarettes widely available as consumer goods was about the gravest public health error that we ever made. It's responsible for more than 8 million deaths a year worldwide. We don't want to.
Now, let's be clear. I'm almost 100% positive that cigarettes existed before Australia existed.
I bet they did.
So it wasn't like the government was there first and then people came to them and said, are we allowed to sell cigarettes? And then the Australian government said, oh, sure you can. No, it was not that. Cigarettes were already available. It's not like suddenly the government gave permission. They were on sale there. It wasn't like, so this girl's an idiot.
To make the same mistake with electronic.
So there was no mistake being made. It wasn't like people said, the government was there and it was fully formed and people came and said, can we sell cigarettes? And they said, sure. So that mistake never occurred because they were there. Cigarette smoking was there prior to the government existing.
Cigarettes. So the idea is we need to strike that balance between making e-cigarettes available for people it will help to quit.
What kind of balance is that? Having like a handful of doctors in the country that will approve cigarettes, or not approve, a few doctors in the whole country that will actually write a prescription. That's a balance, right? In her mind.
And also this sort of huge burgeoning use in young people. So we have to strike that balance. I think we should also remember that up to 2/3 to 3/4 of people who quit smoking successfully do so without medications or other aids. So we have to make sure we're not thinking of e-cigarettes as this magic bullet. The other thing is that the vast majority of people who use e-cigarettes and smoke actually do both.
They do both, Kevin. The vast majority of people that use an e-cigarette in Australia are still smoking cigarettes. It's probably because it's so hard to get the legal electronic cigarette that they have to use the legal tobacco combustible cigarette because they don't have access to a legal electronic one that would save their lives.
We have much more, dual users, people who both use e-cigarettes and smoke, than we have use it to quit. So we have to be sure that we're actually balancing access to people who need e-cigarettes to help them quit with the broader public health implications. And I know that when I talk to people who have used e-cigarettes successfully to quit smoking, they're among the most concerned about burgeoning youth e-cigarette use because they know what it's like to be addicted to nicotine and they don't want to see new generations addicted.
Yeah. So this woman, Emily, it has been confirmed in the chat that is Emily Banks, by the way. Basically says that e-cigarettes are not valuable because they have some dual use, that people are using both. Well, the reason, without explaining why people are using both, it seems like it's ridiculous to me, Kevin. Are you there? Kevin? Kevin? Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? You weren't talking for a minute. You weren't responding when I was giving you time to respond. I can hear Kevin. Can you hear me? People in the chat, are you hearing Kevin? Are you hearing Patrick? Hello? Hello? Oh, so they hear me, they don't hear you. Oh, Kevin just left. He'll be back. So, we can read Kevin's lips. I don't know. But hey, while Kevin's away, I found this really cool music video that I should show you guys. So let's play this. Let's go over here and make sure that I have sound shared. Here we go. Let's watch this.
Welcome to the studio, everyone. This is the dead
What are these for?
They're headphones. You guys ready for this?
You know, innovation is key right now.
It's huge. Young people need to know all the great work we've done putting vapes in their hands.
Anything to distract them from those awful headlines.
Let's hope PR knows what they're doing having us sing this song.
Oh, they know. Guys, let's go viral.
On the TikTok.
On the TikTok. Because the Onion are just as stupid as everybody else is. That's why Steve is asking, why would the Onion do something like this? But let's watch it anyway. Because this is, even though this is, and yes, this was published by the Onion, who are supposed to be really good and humorous. Now it won't play. Why won't it play? I'm having all sorts of issues now. Why is this happening? Oh, fine. Here, let's just refresh it and see what happens.
Welcome to the studio, everyone. This is the demo.
They're headphones.
You guys ready for this?
You know, innovation is key right now.
It's huge. Young people need to know all the great work we've done putting vapes in their hands.
Anything to distract them from those awful headlines.
Let's hope PR knows what they're doing having us sing this song.
Oh, they know. Guys, let's go viral.
On the TikTok.
You guys ready to try one?
Yes.
We've been selling nicotine for quite a long time. Since you were just a twinkle in your mom and poppy's eye. But the times, they are changing, and it's time for innovation.
So we've got a hot new smoke-free gadget for all the world to try. It's
Vape. It's still quite bad for you. Vapes can make you more sad and blue. But ignore all the health consequences and listen to our vague slogan. We believe in innovation. We are moving in a new direction. You, us, and vapes is a love connection. Don't think about the fact that vaping nicotine can amplify feelings of depression.
We've got so many awesome flavors
to distract you from the...
Now, I have to... These motherfuckers aren't doing parody, because that's what they're supposed to be doing. They're regurgitating the same nonsense from the Depression Stick campaign. Like, this is almost like the Truth went to them and said, hey, here's a check. Make a funny video that says the same. Here's your talking points. Like, this would be like if Saturday Night Live, and they've actually, Saturday Night Live has already done some anti-vaping jokes, so it's not even, but that's what this is. This should say on the bottom of the thing, sponsored by the Truth, the Truth Foundation or whatever. And they punish you for pausing the video. You see that? They punish me because I can't continue. But so I'm not gonna, the link for the full thing is in the chat. I'm not gonna play the whole damn thing because it's giving me bullshit over here. But yeah, it's right here. This is the website. I'm giving, so that they don't slam me with a copyright notice here. This is owned by the Onion, and we just played a few minutes of it. Bunch of bullshit. Bunch of bullshit. Chris, you're a comedian. We need to hire you to write some stand-up about these assholes. Kevin says, oh, apparently he recognized he had some technical difficulties. It's because his kid stole his fucking Wi-Fi router. That's why. Yeah. And oh my God, we're not going to cover everything on the show notes now. Yeah. Homicidal says I've seen enough anyway. So here's a story from Reason. Oh, why is this? This looks ugly. Let's refresh this. You know when you open a web page and for some reason it doesn't format properly? Ah, there we go. So this is from Reason. This is by Jacob Saloom. Jacob has a piece here. It says diseases. He says, give me 15 minutes. Diseases that studies linked to e-cigarettes generally were diagnosed before subjects began vaping. This is the same thing that Cockwobble Glands did a few years ago with his heart attack study, where he used the stats of people that had heart attacks before they began vaping. Janine says, I just noticed how white Patrick's teeth are. It's because I brush them twice a day. Twice a day. So it says here, in recent years, a bunch of studies have reported correlations between nicotine vaping and various smoking-related diseases, seemingly undermining the case for e-cigarettes as a harm reduction alternative to combusted cigarettes or combusted tobacco. But as a new analysis in the journal Internal and Emergency Medicine notes, these studies paid no attention to the question of whether the diseases were diagnosed before or after the subjects began vaping, a glaring omission when you are trying to figure out whether associations indicate cause and effect relationships. Sometimes information on the timing of diagnoses, which was not included in the survey data of which researchers relied, but the Population Assessment of Tobacco and Health, the PATH survey, which was the basis for some of the studies, does include some information which the doctors conspicuously ignored. In the Internal and Emergency Medicine article, University of Louisville researchers Brad Rodew, we love Brad, and Nantaporn, oh, I'm going to fuck this one up, Plurfanswat. I'm going to go with that, Plurfanswat. Consider those overlooked data and find that the diseases reported by subjects generally predated their first use of vaping products, making a causal interpretation logically impossible. Rodew and Plurfanswat considered 4 conditions strongly associated with smoking that previous research had suggested are also associated with vaping: COPD, emphysema, myocardial infarction, that's a heart attack, and stroke. Although the PATH data available to researchers do not specify the precise ages at which the survey respondents began smoking regularly, began vaping, and received their diagnoses, the data shouldn't it be the data does include age ranges that can be used to test the hypothesis that e-cigarette use causes these diseases. Plurfanswat, Chris. Rodew and Plurfanswat found that diagnoses among subjects that definitely occurred after they started smoking regularly accounted for 97% of COPD cases. COPD. Let's see, I got a boop. Let's see if the boop.
Don't stop it.
Do you hear me now, Kevin?
What?
I was talking and you were trying to talk. I could see you move, but everybody else said that you were frozen. But now you're back.
I was just doing that.
96% of emphysema cases, 98% of MIs, that's myocardial infarction again, and 93% of strokes. That's all from those health issues occurred after people started smoking. Not vaping. Subjects who reported the same age group for their first e-cigarette use and first diagnosis typically were smoking cigarettes regularly prior to using e-cigarettes. That is true. And we've mentioned that before on this show.
No.
And if you smoke for 20 years and then start vaping for a year and have a heart attack, what do you think is more likely to cause that heart attack? Not
Reading
the
studies about
smoking.
vaping.
Obviously not. It has to be the vaping.
No.
Yeah. That was true for 97% of COPD cases, 96% of emphysema cases, 99% of MIs, and 89% of strokes. Only 4% of COPD and emphysema cases, 6% of MIs, 11% of strokes had occurred in PATH participants who had used e-cigarettes prior to their diagnoses. Rodu and Plurfanswat, you see how would you pronounce this, Kevin? How would you pronounce that?
Plurfanswat.
Plurfanswat. That's what that's what I've been saying.
Yeah.
I because generally I fuck up these weird sounding names. I apologize to Dr. Plurfanswat if this is not correct.
Yeah.
Because it could be Plurp Hanswat. Because
Dr.
this
P.
is a
Is he a doctor? Dr. P.
This is an Indian person. So it could be, because PH is F in English, but
Right.
God knows in Hindi it could be Plurp Hanswat.
Yep.
Could be. In contrast, over 94% of all cases occurred after smoking cigarettes fairly regularly. Among survey participants who were in the same age range when they were diagnosed and when they first used e-cigarettes, Rodu and Plurfanswat note large majorities had smoked cigarettes regularly prior to e-cigarette initiation, and only a few never smokers used e-cigarettes, which indicates a potential reverse association between e-cigarette use and these diseases. In other words, it could be that having a diagnosis for respiratory and cardiovascular disease leads smokers to use e-cigarettes.
That's what causes it. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I had a heart attack, so I had to quit smoking and I started vaping. See?
Yep. There you go.
These findings underline the folly of inferring a causal connection between vaping and disease based on the associations found in cross-sectional studies. Although the authors of those studies did not make causal claims in the reports, Rodu and Plurfanswat note university media releases and subsequent media articles invariably mislead the public to believe that e-cigarette use increases risk for disease. So, a University of California, San Francisco, these damn Northern California, Oakland area.
That damn chocolate area, I guess.
Yeah, that's what we're going to call that. A UCSF press release about a 2018 study based on the National Health Interview Survey, for example, warned that this is the study that we have mentioned many times. Use of e-cigarettes every day can nearly double the odds of a heart attack. A 2020 Johns Hopkins press release about two studies based on data from the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System claimed that vaping increases the odds of asthma and COPD. Those glosses generated that's what it says, glosses generated predictably alarming press coverage. Vapers who use e-cigarettes every day are almost twice as likely to suffer a heart attack, from the Daily Mail about the 2018 survey, which was published by the American Journal of Preventive Medicine. Vaping increases chances of asthma and COPD, warned the headline above an Everyday Health report on the Johns Hopkins studies, which were published in the same journal and in the BMC Pulmonary Medicine Journal. Those conclusions were quite a leap, since the studies were based on surveys that did not provide data on when the respondents were diagnosed or when they started vaping. Peer reviewers evidently did not think that lack of basic information was an important flaw. For an even more striking example of such incuriosity, consider a study that the Journal of the American Heart Association published in 2019 That study was based on path data that did include information about the timing of diagnoses, but the researchers did not make use of it. They nevertheless claimed the results, which indicated that vapers were twice as likely to report heart attacks as subjects who had never smoked or vaped, showed that e-cigarette use is an independent risk factor for having a myocardial infarction. A co-author of the study went further in a blog post saying it provided more e-cigarettes that vaping causes heart attacks. Soon after the study appeared, Rodu and Plurfenswat noted an obvious problem with that conclusion. The heart attacks generally occurred before the subject started vaping, a point that the study conveniently obscured. The journal eventually conceded the validity of that objection, retracted the study 8 months after publishing it. That was a glance bullshit.
Yes, it was.
During peer review, the American Heart Association reported, after looking into what had happened, the reviewers identified the important question of whether the MIs occurred before or after the respondents initiated e-cigarette use, and requested that the authors use the additional data in the PATH codebook, age of first MI and age of first e-cigarette use, to address this concern. While the authors did provide some additional analysis, the reviewers and editors did not confirm that the authors had both understood and complied with the request prior to acceptance of the article for publication. As the study's retraction shows that this was pretty big oversight, how does this sort of thing happen? In a commentary that accompanies Rodu and Plurfenswat's internal and emergency medicine article, Italian respiratory specialist Riccardo Pelosa and Greek smoking researcher Konstantinos Farsalinos, see, I'm going to say that name right, say the failure to consider the temporal relationship between vaping and disease is a fatal flaw that should be obvious to the reviewers. The unopposed acceptance of these low-quality papers by prestigious journals is symptomatic of a significant dysfunction in scientific publishing, which is distorting the practice of science, they write. In the context of highly polarizing scientific debates, as in e-cigarette research, the peer review process becomes strongly biased for or against a certain narrative. The bias against e-cigarettes in turn shapes public perceptions, although authoritative sources such as the FDA, the Royal College of Physicians, the National Academies of Science and Engineering and Medicine acknowledge that vaping is far less hazardous than smoking. Surveys find that most Americans believe otherwise.
So sad.
Yes. I was just making sure that you were still there, Kevin.
That's why we're here, though. That's exactly why we're here. To me.
Why are we here?
That's why we're here.
Why?
To disseminate the stupidity.
Okay. No, I don't want to disseminate stupidity. I want to disseminate knowledge. And the ability for our viewers to identify stupidity.
Well, I enjoy poking fun at them sometimes, and I enjoy taking their ass to the coals like we did Dr. Folds. I don't mind that a bit, because some dumbass chucklehead like me, you know, who could never amount to anything, can figure this bullshit out. We were figuring this shit out 10 years ago, 9 years ago for me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Kev. I'm going to call you Big Kev. Here's the thing, Big Kev. We shouldn't have to do this, really.
No, we shouldn't.
Sadly, I mean, as much as I enjoy hanging out with you and our friends every Friday night, we could be sitting here talking about fun stuff.
Well, yeah.
Now I do enjoy, and I don't want to, you know, it hurts my feelings that we have an intelligent guy like, what's that guy? Folds,
yeah.
Jonathan Folds, who understands that that vaping is safer than smoking, but doesn't understand the logical bullshit, like the complete 180 of this idea that he thinks that people are gonna are going to be satisfied with a product that is unsatisfying, and that it's a good idea to put out a product that still causes cancer,
right?
And
cigarettes are instant gratification.
That is so non-threatening and like innocuous that people are just going to slowly kill themselves because they're going to smoke more of those because they don't, I don't want to go back into that again, but yeah.
A cigarette to me, you whatever the situation is, you're on your break, you're having a fight with your wife or whatever. You go outside or whatever, or stay in your home in certain cases where you're allowed to be there, and you light that cigarette and you take a puff and you go, that's what I was looking for. Oh, I need this. That's the instant gratification part that they're never going to find in that low nicotine bullshit story.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. They're just going to go, I can't find it. I can't find it.
Janine and Omicidal are in the chat room talking about Flock of Seagulls for some reason.
Hey, let them be.
We're talking about important shit over here, and they're over there talking about, and I ran. It's a good song. I ran so far away.
So when you have people like Dr. F, and you have people like Dr. Glover, and you have people like Dr. Gardner, et cetera, Dr. Pelosa, et cetera, you don't have to idolize them. I expect them all to tell me the truth. Whether I like to hear it or not is my own problem.
Yeah.
As long as it's my it's not my truth, rather, as long as it is the truth, and they can show me, and I can have somebody fucking tell me what it means if I don't understand it, which has happened. Juke is great for that, by the way. And then I go, oh, I get it. Okay. So that's bad. Or that's good.
So Kevin, I'm just looking here. So in 2018, in 2018, I got this bottle of Castle Long Reserve.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this is special occasion stuff. So, I vaped about half of that. This is, this is, and it's so, look, y'all are going to say, oh, that's so dark. Oh, blah, but that's the good stuff right there, man. That's well steeped. But then I got a second bottle the same year. This is from the house barrel allocation. This is like a second batch that they made just for special.
Just for you, probably, right?
Well, and this one is not. This one is not as dark, right? This is,
Let me ask you.
I haven't dipped into that batch.
Will it burn up a coil quicker if it's been steeping that long?
I imagine, as dark as that is, that it will. I will have to re-cotton more frequently.
I don't know. I don't keep it around that long.
In 2018, I got this bottle.
Yeah.
Castle Long Reserve.
Yeah.
And it's not as well steeped as the first bottle. This one has I had 2 bottles of this year. This one is this was, I've already vaped a whole bottle of the 2019. This is like fine wine, Kevin. So then the 2020 comes. This is 2020.
Yeah. Look at it.
And
see that?
And see, it's a little lighter. It's a little lighter,
It's a little lighter.
Yeah.
Let me see. I don't know if I can see through this bottle. I don't remember.
Well, yours is 18. No, they don't make 18 in that. So yours is only 12.
No, mine is just a minute, please hold. This one's 12.
Yeah, this is 12.
And it's this year, so.
And this is the 2022 bottle.
I love that they put the date bottled and the date. Yeah. Because the strength, the barrel date, the bottle date.
So, and now they have the special holiday.
Ring ring a ling.
They have the special holiday up on their website right now. You should, if you're considering.
Insert, don't forget the insert.
Of course, they're glass bottles.
Oh yes.
Yeah, they're glass bottles with a dripper top. Yeah.
Oh yes.
And they have a plastic thing in there so that
this is an experience.
Yeah. So this is this. I should, if I had 6 atomizers that I wanted to put a tank, just 6 different atomizers. If I had 6 identical advertisers or atomizers, then I could compare the awesomeness of over time. To see if it's better when it's fresh or when it's well steeped.
Like a good researcher.
Yes, I should do some experimentation. But I don't have 6 identical atomizers.
Well,
so I can't do
Festech's closed, so there you go.
Yeah, they're out of business, folks. They're gone.
Tisk.
Sadly. So anyway, the controversy about vaping is sustained by research that is often poorly designed, conducted, and interpreted, Pelosa and Farsalinos noted. Dissemination of inaccurate information on smoke-free alternatives in the media contributes to public skepticism and uncertainty, particularly among smokers who, as a result, are discouraged from adopting reduced-risk lifestyles.
Yes.
So that's a good piece, and they, I like the fact, Reason have always been good to us. They've always been as neutral as possible. If they find something negative, they report on it. That's they're a very smart think tank.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are good guys. I like them. But then you sent me a tweet by Alex Norcia.
Oh yeah,
Alex Norcia.
Oh yeah.
So Alex Norcia sent it to in court documents. Logic writes that CTP's Office of Science actually recommended authorizing its menthol e-cigarettes, but Brian King and the director's office wanted the decision to go the other way. Story to come. So he's showing you I'm clicking on the wrong picture.
And you got to click on these, and I don't understand. I got to keep cropping my shit out instead of in to fit these things. But
yeah, these new documents revealed the extraordinary fact that CTP's Office of Science reversed its science-based recommendation to issue marketing granted orders for Logic's pre-market tobacco product applications for its menthol-flavored ends after receiving pressure from the CTP and the CTP director and his office. The Office of the Center Director, OCD, is the first memorandum, Exhibit A. The Office of Science explains that it evaluated Logic's PMTAs, including its product-specific evidence, concluded that authorization of the marketing of Logic's menthol-flavored ends was appropriate. Exhibit A at 2, OS changed course only after the new CTP director and the Office of the Director to whom OS reports concluded that menthol flavoring ends should be treated as a disfavored product category. So if you have a PMTA that is still in process and it's menthol, just know that we have a memorandum here that says it will be denied regardless of how awesome your science is.
Did you hear that?
Just telling you now. So you've wasted thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on a PMTA for a menthol product.
Yeah.
Because according to these memos, these internal memos,
just like Tom says,
you should be suing the fuck out of them for that PMTA because regardless of how good your science is, we now have proof that they will not approve it.
Well,
even if it has done everything right.
That sounds biased to me, Patrick. Is that bias?
That does. So it says here, Exhibit A at 2-3, the second memorandum, Exhibit B, reiterates the same policy shift, example B at 3, and suggests that meetings were held to address the concerns of the Office of Science staff regarding the propriety of this decision-making process. Exhibit B at 4, including concerns that the new approach would eliminate all non-tobacco flavored ends.
What does that tell you?
All non-tobacco flavored ends. Kevin,
what?
Kevin, do you remember the countless number of times that I said on this show that no PMTAs would go through?
Wait a minute.
Regardless of how awesome, and people said that I was being grouchy and a curmudgeon and I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. You remember that?
That's aside, is that better, Janine? She said I'm being smidgety.
Cluster fuck.
Because there can't be any corruption from the top down, Patrick. It's all got to come from the bottom, right? I mean, who's really in charge over there? Because they've got a scientific committee saying one thing, and then one guy can walk in and go, no, that's not what I want to hear.
So the process when the PMTA was submitted was, if you provide us good science, here's your application process. It will be fair. It will be science-based.
Yeah.
We are the gold standard. What did King Gottlieb say repeatedly? The FDA is the gold standard of regulation. The gold standard.
Yeah.
And we're gonna make decisions based on science. So here's your fucking science. Oh no, we have a new policy in place that we just, we didn't tell you about it, but here's the new policy. No menthol products will be allowed.
Yeah, we don't like that. So
and now the OS says, well, does that mean that no flavored product? Regardless of the quality of your science, even though we only make science-based decisions. And then Kevin sent me his own tweet. Kevin is trying to do the same thing that Hickey was saying earlier about trying to get his name, showing as much stuff. So look, here's Kevin promoting himself. Narrative adjustment : past year. And he's retweeting over Phil. Yep. They seem to be going out of their way to hide the past 30-day and more frequent vaping data. So far, I haven't seen any. It's all past year so far. And this is from the Monitoring the Future. See, and he's over tweeting himself. We have to talk about Phil. Phil's got to get better at this. He's retweeting himself.
Leave him alone. I'm gonna share something with you, Patrick. I'm gonna present.
Oh dear God, you just crashed. Are you sure you want to try that?
I'm gonna be all brave and shit with the Victor share screen because we haven't used it in quite some time.
Well, Victor's not here.
I know, it's all right.
I think a new rule should be we're only going to show the Victor share screen when Victor's in the room.
Now, this has to have some history to it, or you won't understand completely. Anyone willing to bow to nonprofit political front groups having easy access should apply to the FDA, saying they have a request nominations for the scientific committee. Now, that in itself, this tweet in itself isn't that big a deal because I'm just being a smart ass to the FDA because fuck them. Now, then our friend, allegedly, Joe, right? Okay, I'm going to push on your assertions here. So two of the SRNT 15 are pushovers. So he's let's not debate whether he's going to try to pretend to put words in my mouth or not. We'll just continue. The bootlickers thing was good. I like that. And then stay curious. And Chris, who I do follow, and I checked because I was like, oh shit, I don't think I follow Chris. I do because I appreciate her. So then she thanks him and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, first, forgive my astro sarcasm. Second, and much more importantly, I follow Chris because I was worried about it. And third, I love you, JG. So the other day, I added in this reference. And then the other day, I added this reference, which I'm sure going to get to in a little bit.
Yes, that's on the list.
And then, we'll just leave it from there. But weren't you just talking about how pure and simple the FDA CPT is? What?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing if I can get my damn mouse to work.
So,
or you cut me off, whichever.
No, I'll kick from the studio. How about that? Just remove your screen.
I can't get my. There, that's good. I just wanted to bring that up. Now,
All right.
Joe's not somebody I love to hate and hate to love. I appreciate Joe in quite a few aspects, but I think he was just trying to push my buttons. So I added the other stuff we're going to talk about.
Yeah, all that mutual admiration.
That's right.
So the Office of the Special Counsel this week I found this thing on the Office of the Special Counsel. I sent it to Kevin, and within moments of me sending to Kevin says it's been removed.
Yeah.
So there was something here, but it's no longer here.
Yeah, but I don't close shit off.
but luckily, Kevin,
what?
What are you sharing here?
Oh, that's just my screen. That's the Victor share screen without any stuff on it.
Well, I can't. What
do you want?
Here, no, it's still showing up in my studio. I can't boot it without. There you go. You got it. I thought you were sharing something new. So Kevin sent me that response saying, "It's gone, my friend."
I didn't call you friend. Don't elaborate anything.
Fine. He did not call me friend.
I think it was
so. Actually, I got to go find it real quick. So I said, "Hey, here's this awesome link," and he says, "It's gone." It's gone.
Not sure about the timeline on this, but yeah, I still had it up, and I was being messaged by somebody else at the same time.
Yeah, I messaged it to you.
Yeah,
and then you responded. They already deleted it.
But I got a screen.
But I have a screenshot. So let's look at the screenshot.
All right, that's fine.
So it says here, flawed FDA review of e-cigarettes and other tobacco products discouraged dissenting voices on harm.
Huh. Well, what did we just talk about? What
we did just talk about that.
What?
Except I can't make it too bigger, so I'm gonna have to do some acrobatics here. So the Office of Special Counsel today alerted the President and Congress that the U.S. FDA, Center for Tobacco Products, had relaxed its standards of review for new tobacco products like e-cigarettes and stifled attempts by its scientists to raise concerns.
Huh. What was that tweet I just showed you?
Huh. However, we do know that it wasn't relaxed.
Right.
They had actually constricted, like they had reduced the amount of availability by saying an entire product category, menthol, would be immediately, regardless of scientific veracity, be disallowed specifically, like I said, just because of menthol.
You're going to be a yes man or woman, is what I said. And that's what you're going to do.
So, the leading CTP toxicologist turned whistleblower disclosed to OSC that a memorandum issued to CTP scientists revised the process for evaluating potentially harmful ingredients and applications for new tobacco products. According to the whistleblower, the memo directed scientists to stop using objective quantitative data to evaluate applications and to instead use an approach which is more akin to eyeballing it, resulting in unclear review standards and less reliable decisions. The whistleblower further alleged that flaws in CTP's internal scientific dispute resolution process effectively prevented the whistleblower and several other concerned scientists from raising these issues within the agency. This internal dispute process is intended to safeguard the integrity of CTP's scientific evaluations, including consideration of new tobacco products, to ensure those approved for market are not more harmful than existing products.
This is ethics. This is integrity. This is all kinds of shit.
The whole reason why
science
that Reagan Udall investigation was supposed to be set up, right?
Well, yeah.
That's not even this is not Reagan-Udall. This is the OSC.
No.
The OSC referred the whistleblowers' allegations for investigation. In response, the FDA convened an independent panel of scientific experts to evaluate allegations concerning the alleged flawed tobacco application review process. The panel largely agreed with the whistleblowers' concerns, finding the process lacked quantifiable standards of criteria. The expert panel made 6 recommendations, including a new process for resolving scientific discrepancies, which the agency largely adopted.
Oh, wait, Will, there's more.
Yeah. In response, the whistleblower acknowledged CTP's progress in giving scientists discretion to consider quantitative data in reviewing potentially harmful chemical compounds, HPHCs, in applications for new tobacco products. CTP also revamped its scientific dispute procedures and created a mandatory training program for all CTP staff involved in scientific decision-making. While supportive of those steps, the whistleblower stated that FDA scientists will still need courage to challenge a system that discourages dissenting voices.
Patrick, do you have a work setting where by management, from management above you, that you have to have courage to do your fucking job? Is courage part of that description in your job?
Actually, I'm over courageous at my job. I just walk into the office like I'm the king.
Exactly. You're going to tell them how the fuck it is, and you're going to move on with your day, right?
Yeah, I figure.
Yeah, so you don't need the courage.
See, I work in a field where the moment I get, if I lose my job, I can make one phone call and have another job.
Well, but you don't need. You didn't go in there thinking with all the other employees, and they're all saying, "Well, don't say that because they're going to be really mad at you." This is how we've always done it. Don't rock the fucking boat.
I want everybody to be clear. This actually has nothing to do with what we just talked about.
No.
This is 2 different examples of FDA making arbitrary decisions not based on science.
On your very lives.
So one was Tom King saying to his scientists, I don't care if their application has all of the necessary stuff and they've made their case for their product. We're not going to allow any menthol products on the market.
That's one.
That's making a decision not based on science. This is a scientist at FDA processing potentially millions of applications, doing so slowly with science and veracity and integrity, telling the FDA that you've changed the status, or that you've changed the requirements for these HPHCs, and you're telling us to eyeball the data instead of actually reviewing the data so that we can properly process these PMTAs.
I'm interrupting you on purpose.
I saw you.
All the while, you had Caliph in February saying he doesn't like health misinformation. And all the while, we just read a statement from those wonderful people, allegedly, who are saying to the Surgeon General, we don't want health misinformation. Go on. Sorry.
So again, this is directly from the Office of the Special Counsel, right? So this is a government entity. This is a job. Okay. These are the guys that are supposed to, when there's a dispute between agencies, these are the guys that are supposed to come in and say, okay, this is how we have to do it because this is the process that we have in place.
This is what they have to do. They have to listen.
So they listened to the whistleblower and they agreed with the whistleblower, and they made 6 suggestions to the FDA, and the whistleblower said they've largely adopted those. But again, this was an arbitrary decision from somebody up or above in management, the president, and all these people at FDA, and they're saying, oh, well, we're going to have to, so that we can process these applications quickly, just eyeball it.
Is that acceptable for you in your life?
I would be pissed off if I had spent if I had put my life savings into a PMTA, and for them to find out that they're not actually they're telling people not to review the data just to kind of eyeball it, I would be pissed.
Yeah. You know, it looks like you've had a heart attack, but I've eyeballed it, and I think you have indigestion. Just go on home.
Well, we're going to deny your process, your PMTA. We eyeballed what you sent us, and we
don't care.
Yeah. So here's a quote here from the special counsel. The public depends on the FDA to vigorously implement and enforce our nation's health and safety laws, especially when new tobacco products are being brought to market. I am deeply troubled that FDA's own scientific dispute process failed our whistleblower and fellow concerned scientists, and as a result, failed the public. I commend the whistleblower for persevering in the face of these unnecessary obstacles. I also thank the FDA for taking the allegations seriously by convening an independent expert panel and for taking positive steps to repair its review process.
Y'all's fucking pants are down. That's what it is.
Yeah, you have embarrassed us. Is basically so. This was a screenshot from what was originally posted, Kevin. Right.
Correct.
So
you see how all this is lining up together, kids.
Yeah, we're setting it up to make a strike here, Kevin.
It isn't on purpose. They're doing
it. Happened. We actually did not
this week.
Plan ahead.
Holy fucking shit! I'll tell you what. Do not question yourselves when you see something. Take it for what it's looking at when you're looking, or what it looks like when you're looking at it, rather.
So then Kevin sneakily found the redacted memo.
Well, not sneakily, but I already had it. I had it on my screen.
Yes.
I never closed the browser. As soon as another person said, hey, it's not there, it's gone, I was like, well, I still got it on my browser. Click, it worked.
So now we have a PDF. We have a PDF. I'm gonna rub it.
I blogged it.
Yes, you did. We're gonna show that too.
Oh, all right. Well.
All right. So I have to share the screen again.
Fine.
This is a memo. Look at this. The Office of Special Counsel, the President, the White House, Washington, D.C. Here's I guess that's the zip code, 2500. Subject, OSC, file numbers, DI, blah, blah, blah. Dear Mr. President. I am forwarding to you a report transmitted to the OSC in response to the special counsel's referral of disclosures of wrongdoing at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, U.S. FDA, Center for Tobacco Products, the Office of Science, Division Non-Clinical Science. The whistleblower, I'm assuming this might be his, I don't know, name,
title,
consented to the release of their covering up his or her pronoun, name. I have reviewed the agency report and the whistleblower comments, and pursuant to 5 USC 1213E, have determined that the report contains the information required by statute and that its findings appear reasonable. The whistleblower alleged that CTP, to speed up reviews of e-cigarette pre-market authorization applications, had relaxed its standards of review, potentially allowing more harmful tobacco products to enter the market. Specifically, the whistleblower cited a February 21, 2019 memorandum, HPHC memo, down here, number 3, that CTP's DNCS issued to its scientists a revising process for evaluating substantial equivalence tobacco applications, the process of measuring and comparing the harmful and potentially harmful ingredients or constituents in proposed tobacco product to determine if that product poses more health risks than other tobacco products already on the market. Now the goalposts have moved because this is no longer a new tobacco application. This is a substantial equivalence application for combustible cigarettes.
Yes.
So the original thing that we read just now was about new PMTAs. Right? That's what that memo said. So now this memo says that it's about HPHCs in substantial equivalent applications. So for those newbies that don't know what an SE is, say, for example, you have a product already on the market that was grandfathered in, that you had on the market before the grandfather date. If you wanted to bring a new product that was essentially the same product, just with minor changes, you can use the substantial equivalency application process to introduce your product to market. It's not quite as difficult. It's already easier than a PMTA.
Yes.
If you can prove that your product is substantially equivalent to the product that you already sell, then you can go the SE pathway and get your product on the market quicker. But apparently, they told their Office of Scientific Review, just kind of eyeball the HPHCs. You don't have to worry about the HPHCs. Just process the application quickly as possible.
Move along, kids.
So there is some confusion between the memo the original thing that was deleted and this new memo that's talking about SEs. So that could be the reason why it was pulled down, was that whoever put up that memo was confused and thought it was about new product applications, or this memo could be trying to distract us away from the fact that they have fewer SE applications per year than they do PMTAs, Kevin. In my conspiracy tinfoil hat mind, I would believe that they're trying to rush PMTA processing way more than SEs, because there can't be that many SEs waiting approval.
I can't imagine there are.
So, anywho, regardless of whether if it's an SE application or a PMT application, we already have we've shown you two different examples of the FDA moving goalposts, the FDA making arbitrary decisions not based on science, essentially telling the scientists, don't worry about the science, just get the damn thing done. That's essentially what they did. That's what this is they're just telling the scientists, just get it done.
We're not paying overtime. Get your ass done by 4 o'clock.
So without reading this whole damn thing, because it is 4 pages, just realize that the FDA is not looking out for they're just trying to get as much credit as possible.
There you go.
So they're just telling people, process that shit as fast as possible. Just eyeball the applications. Just eyeball the HPHCs. Just get it done so that we can tell everybody we've done an amazing job this year of processing PMTAs and rejecting PMTAs or SEs.
We're doing exactly as we're told.
Yep. So then question, Kevin wrote an entire blog, and it's right here. Obviously, I want all of you to read Kevin's blog because I paid for it. So, well, I didn't pay for it. Our sponsor paid for it. I don't know how we're going to pay next year's bill, Kevin, but we'll figure it out.
Oh, mine's already expired, but it worked. It worked.
What?
Fine. Yeah, it's expired like 3 weeks ago.
But we didn't pay for it until like February.
I don't know. I don't remember. It was a year. Anyway,
it hasn't been a year since I sent you that money.
I'd have to look. I don't know.
I
Either
know.
way, when I saw it was deleted, my head went into conspiracy mode, period, no matter what, obviously. And then I added in, as you can see, note the revised same release, worded differently, but same release is right there. So it is there. And I did add it in true, form. I didn't want to lie to anybody or mislead anybody, period. That they dropped it down. Greg actually said, it might have been just because it wasn't supposed to be released the way it was worded, or what. I mean, things can happen. I get it, but boy, it sure sounded suspicious.
So, again, this is regardless of whether they're talking about PMTAs or SEs. It doesn't matter. This is an example of the head of the CTP, Brian King, telling his Office of Science
what to
don't do a good job.
Now, if everybody can remember for 5 seconds, what was the tweet I showed that Joe snagged onto me about? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Only that was 3 months ago. That was in September, I think.
Yeah.
That I mentioned it. Anyway. Because they're full of shit. I'm not talking about the people that are in there that don't have integrity. I'm talking about the heads that don't have integrity.
And thank God that
I'm grateful for the whistleblowing bastards.
Yeah. So, it's ridiculous that, like I said, it doesn't matter what the context of this, whether this is about PMTAs or SEs. This is the head of the FDA arbitrarily making choices, menthol, regardless of whether the PMTA for that menthol vaping product gets approved by the science people. We're not going to approve it. Change your recommendation. Or whether this is them telling the science people, hey, don't scrutinize that science. Just kind of eyeball the HPHCs and get the application done quickly.
And we expect it to be done with a negative outcome.
Right. So again, this is just about the disinformation, making arbitrary decisions. One hand saying that they're going to make all of their decisions based on science, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
And this is your tax dollars at work, folks. This is, for our American people. This is our tax dollars at work. I should, But anyway, so the next thing is this week, Kevin. We're shifting gears. We're
going to get away from that for a minute.
Just so you know, the new research, don't vape to quit smoking. It won't help, researchers say.
No, it won't. Just keep smoking.
Yeah. So, hey, there's a video here. Let me see if I can.
In the long run, they studied people over 6 years and found that 42% actually quit vaping early on while continuing to smoke, while
some bad news if you're vaping.
Yeah, we go.
We have some bad news if you're vaping.
Can you hear this?
Stop smoking. Dr. Malika is here to explain why.
Well, that's because a new study finds it may not actually help. These are researchers at GW University, and they found that people who both vape and smoke are likely to keep smoking in the long run.
So they're not saying that all people that vape to quit smoking are going to have trouble quitting. That they're saying that most dual users continue to dual use.
They studied people over 6 years and found that 42% actually quit vaping early on while continuing to smoke, while 15% continued using both products.
So 42% of people that started vaping to quit smoking quit vaping because, what happened in those years? E-Valley happened. Yeah. Massive misinformation campaigns happened. The brain worms happened. They're not providing context now. They're just saying, all of these people that started vaping stopped and it kept smoking. Well, what happened during those times?
Right.
Only about 10% of participants actually quit both vaping and smoking. We know that both e-cigarettes and regular cigarettes pose significant health risks, and both really carry nicotine, which is so addictive. So you really should try quit both.
Okay.
Say, let's only focus on the addiction, Kevin.
Well, sure.
Let's not focus on the fact that that people are dying from cancer, COPD. No. Let's only talk about the fact that they're addicted.
Yes.
So, you know, let's not consider, is it better to be addicted to cigarettes than being addicted to vaping?
No, we can't. You're not
Is
allowed.
it better to be addicted to heroin or to be addicted to methadone?
I've carried methadone clinic patients.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
So yeah, I mean,
Bruni's got it all in the sleight of hand with the wording. It's all in the wording, period.
Yeah, I mean, I just pointed out like twice in that video where they say it, but they don't emphasize what they're saying.
That's what Dr. Rodu and the other gentleman, Dr. P. Yeah. I can't remember.
I've already forgotten that name. I can't say it again.
I can't help myself. They said the same thing. You're not telling the whole fucking story. Period.
All right.
It ain't over. There's more.
Oh, wait, there's more. Yeah, we're going to go back to the FDA now.
Oh, good.
In an article by Jacob Saloom again.
Is it Saloom or Solom?
I would say Saloom, but I could be wrong. Well, if you say Solom, it's definitely wrong.
Okay, then. As long as we've cleared that up.
So it says, these memos show that FDA regulation of e-cigarettes is driven by dubious value judgments rather than science. The agency is determined to ban the flavors that former smokers overwhelmingly prefer for the children.
Trademark.
For the children. So every time I think, have you ever seen Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, Kevin?
Oh God, yeah, it's been years.
This is one of my favorite movies. It's Michael Caine and Steve Martin. For those of you that haven't seen it, the show is you have two different con guys, two different con men. One of them is sort of a what's the word I'm looking for? He's a low rent con man, and the other one is a suave, debonair, multi-million-dollar con man. And there's a scene. The Michael Caine is the more suave. He's scamming big bucks out of millionaire people, and one of the scams is that he's playing a prince who is in exile from his country that is currently fighting a revolution, and he can't go, and he's there in the Riviera, the French Riviera, hitting on these rich women, and this woman offers him her diamond necklace to sell for money for the rebels, and he says, "My men would be too proud to take that money." And then she says, "Well, what about the women?" And he says, "My women fight alongside our women fight alongside the men, and would be too proud to take that money." And then she says, "But think about the children."
That's right.
And he's like, "For the children." And he takes her diamond necklace.
That's
for the children.
It is for the children.
So every time I hear them say for the children, it just makes me think of that movie and the scam. I
wonder if that was his reference.
I think I'm just gonna stay up tonight and watch that movie now. It's one of my favorite movies. And I own it, so I might as well watch it. But anyway, it has long been clear that the FDA is leery of approving nicotine vaping products in flavors other than tobacco because the agency worries that they appeal to teenagers. Two recently disclosed FDA memos not only confirm that impression, They indicate that the agency is determined to ban all other flavors, no matter how popular they are among former smokers, and no matter what the evidence the manufacturer presents in favor of a particular product. Didn't we just say something like that?
Yeah.
So, and we didn't even talk about we did. The memos came to light thanks to a lawsuit that Logic Technology filed against the FDA after the agency approved the marketing of the company's tobacco-flavored e-cigarettes, but rejected the applications for menthol-flavored versions. The documents show that higher-ups in the FDA overrode staff scientists who initially recommended the approval of the latter applications.
They just eyeballed it, I guess.
Yep. Filter's Alex Norcia, who wrote about the memos yesterday, presents that episode in an example of how political considerations shape regulatory decisions that supposedly are driven by data. We are a science-based department.
That's what the other chucklehead kept saying all the time. He was there.
Yep. But the root of that problem is the context. In this context, is a nebulous statutory standard that invites subjective judgments, allowing regulators to cloak pre-existing policy preferences in the garb of science. In March, the FDA granted marketing orders for the Logic Pro and the Logic Power vaping systems and the tobacco-flavored capsules and cartridges they use. In October, the FDA issued marketing denial orders for the menthol versions of those products, saying the applications lack sufficient evidence to demonstrate that permitting the marketing of the products would be appropriate for the protection of public health, because
they eyeballed it.
There is no definition. There is no definition in the regulatory process that tells them what appropriate for the protection of public health means. They can throw that on every PMTA.
Isn't that neat?
Yep. The applicable standard legally required by the 2009 Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act.
It's all in the wording.
Yes. The memos show what was going on behind the scenes during that 7-month lag. Both are dated October 25th, the day before FDA told Logic Technology it had to stop selling menthol-flavored capsules and cartridges. The first memo is from Benjamin Appleberg, Deputy Director of the Office of Science in the FDA's CTP, and Todd L. Cecil, the office's acting director. In the latter half of 2021, they say the OS made a preliminary recommendation to authorize the marketing of the menthol-flavored products. The office, and here's a quote, did not find the current literature supports that the use of menthol-flavored ends by adult smokers is associated with greater likelihood of complete switching or significant cigarette reduction relative to tobacco-flavored ends. But it concluded that the existing literature supports that menthol-flavored cigarette smokers show a preference for menthol-flavored ends relative to tobacco-flavored ends. The Office of Science acknowledged that menthol-flavored ends appeal to youth, but suggested the appeal may not be at the same level as some other flavors.
Mm-hmm.
In deciding how to weigh these competing concerns, the OS thought it was best to err on the side of giving menthol cigarette smokers access to vaping products they demonstrably prefer, even though it was not completely clear whether that preference translated into higher odds of switching to a far less hazardous nicotine habit. The office, here's another quote, considered the documented preference for menthol-flavored ends among adult menthol-flavored cigarette smokers to suggest a potential benefit that menthol-flavored cigarette smokers would be more likely to try menthol-flavored ends relative to tobacco-flavored ends, creating an opportunity for some to use menthol ends and ultimately transition away from combustible cigarettes. So that's logical, right, Kevin? If you smoke menthol cigarettes, you're probably going to prefer menthol vaping.
I imagine.
I would think.
No,
but to be fair, I never smoked menthol cigarettes, but I did vape menthol, a peach berry. It was peach berry made by Delaware Vape, and he would add menthol for me and Dimitri specifically.
What bothers me about the beginning of the higher up paragraph, I think it was, is that they're worried about kids getting it, but it's illegal for them to get it, so they shouldn't be worried.
I actually saw you tweeting this week a picture of some kid that admitted to.
Oh, you see my wanted poster. Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate you saying. I'm going to do that every fucking time they do that. It's going to become whatever it is a wanted poster. From this point on, that's my goal. That's my goal.
Okay. That is precisely the sort of harm-reducing shift that the FDA is legally required to consider when it reviews applications from vaping companies. From a policy perspective, Appleberg and Cecil say, OS believed at the time that as long as menthol-flavored cigarettes remain on the market, menthol-flavored ends could be a direct substitute for them, providing a less harmful alternative for menthol-flavored cigarette smokers who are less likely to successfully quit smoking than smokers of non-menthol-flavored cigarettes. The Office of Science got pushback from the Office CTP Director Mitch Zeller. Mitch Zeller raised questions about the Office of Science's recommendation, including questions about the role of sufficiency of the general scientific literature on adult menthol smokers. Differential preference for menthol ends is demonstrating likely behavioral change. And I don't like this right here. This is behavior modification. This is social engineering. This is whatever you want to call it. And underscored its concerns about the substantial appeal of menthol to youth. Discussion of those issues continued over the course of several months in 2022.
Idiotic.
The Logic Technology menthol applications were still pending in July when Brian King succeeded Zeller as the CTP's director. The Office of Science engaged in an open discussion with King and his staff, who thought the office's initial recommendation was wrong. In light of substantial risk of youth and lack of a robust evidence of actual differential use of quitting or significantly reducing cigarettes per day, King thought the approach of menthol-flavored ends should be the same as other flavored ends. The product should be found to be appropriate for the protection of public health only if the evidence showed that the benefits of menthol-flavored ends were greater than tobacco-flavored ends, which posed a lower risk to youth. So here is the language that we're going to point at. Do you see that Janine is saying that she can't stay up for us anymore, Kevin? You see that?
You know who I want to be as a whistleblower?
Who?
He's no longer with the FDA. The guy that was sitting with Mark. I want that guy to go in there and talk, because I think he knew way more than he wanted to say.
What was that guy's name? Geller? Was it Geller? Was that his name? The guy that was on TV basically saying that he didn't understand why FDA had anything to do with cigarettes anyway. They shouldn't be regulating cigarettes. Oh, that guy. So this language right here, Kevin, he's denying this application because menthol flavored ends. No, I mean he's denying it, basically saying that the risk of youth uptake,
right, which has no bearing on anything,
based on the fact that some youth might like menthol, means that the application must be denied.
Yeah. Yes, that's who I meant. The cranky old broads in the room. She missed all the fun stuff earlier.
I know she did. I can't think.
Yes, that's exactly who I meant. Yes, ma'am.
Are you listening to me when I say that this language right here is what's going to be the camel? This is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back for all flavored products.
Yeah. No, it says King thought.
This is the reason. No, King thought. King said you need to change your recommendation based on my thinking. Doesn't matter that he thought it. He's telling the Office of Science that my thinking is all that matters. And my thinking is if there's any risk at all of a kid picking it up because of menthol, all you have to do is substitute flavored everywhere in there that says menthol, and that's the same. That's the same justification that they're going to use.
Ain't that neat?
Yeah.
And you have to be courageous to stand up to this.
So it says here, see, The new boss, in other words, overruled the Office of Science, although that it is not the way Appleberg and Cecil put it. OS, on its own initiative, then reassessed, they said, and decided that King was right based on new awareness and understanding of the OCD's position by OS leadership at the time. The memo says OS determined, that's the Office of Science, determined it was scientifically appropriate and consistent to adopt the approach applied to other non-flavored ends, which non-tobacco flavored ends, which present a similar risk to youth.
So they can use the youth.
So they're going to deny every PMTA,
right, every single time,
of flavoring simply based on the fact that regardless of the quality of your science, based on the quality of your regardless of the quality of your science, I should say, that we can't approve your product because a single child might take up vaping because of your flavor.
It's possible. May, could, or might. Likely. Who knows? We don't know. Here's what we want you to say.
Their first argument was that the risk to kids using menthol did not outweigh the benefit to adult smokers. And the Office of Science had to change their mind.
What's that word? Collateral damage. Is that what we are? Is that what adults are now?
Yes. The second memo, also dated October 25, is from King, who explains that there was nothing untoward about what happened here.
No.
Supervisors routinely discuss matters that are under review with their subordinates, and they in turn keep their supervisors informed about those matters, he writes. For many decisions, discussions can reach well above the level of delegated authority. The more significant or noteworthy the matter, by reason of science, policy, law, or level of public interest, the more likely such discussions will occur up the supervisory chain. This type of collaboration has been routinely employed in CTP's decisions on matters of first impression, which have arisen frequently given the newness of the CTP's authorities.
You know, when in my day, when I had to deal with a job site with fire protection, detection, you had to bow to the AHJ, authority having jurisdiction. So in my little brain, all half ounce or 3/4 ounce of it, the scientist that I was discussing with Joe, or Joe was, trolling me in that form, go in there to do a job, and they're told, well, no, I'm the authority having jurisdiction. You can go fuck yourself. I don't care what your title is. I'm the boss. That's how this feels. No matter what they say or do in that position of both authority and brains. And then the guy who's got the hat says, no, fuck you. This is how we're going to do that. Redo that. Word it differently. Children, flavors, fuck off. And then we don't care about the public. Uh-oh.
Mallory says Utes like sex, so let's deny condoms. Let's ban flavored condoms because the Ute might try oral sex.
I heard something about edible panties once, but who knows?
I'm just old fashioned. I don't even know if they had flavored condoms when I was a kid, you know. We just used the rhythm method when I was a kid.
Can you
what? Quay?
There's an awful lot of fuckwittery going on at the FDA.
Of course.
And at the CDC, of
course.
And they just keep pulling their pants down and somebody else pulls them back up. And I'm tired of that.
Well, we pull their pants down pretty regularly here.
We're good at it.
We don't get credit for it or anything.
We're good at it.
Nobody shows us any love, Kevin.
It's out of my comprehension skill. Because 9 years ago, 10 years ago, I actually trusted these fuckers. And now I don't trust, I don't trust a one. I don't trust any of them. Not fucking one. Not one. Then you add in COVID, and we won't go there, but then there's all kinds of other things going on that seem strange. And then this starts coming out. Is it that whistleblowers can become popular? I hope.
Well, I mean, they redacted that dude's name or that lady's name. We don't know.
I don't care about redacting a name as long as the truth that the person said comes out.
Right.
And then there are consequences for that. The consequence part's what I want to see. I want to see that first. I don't even give a fuck who said it. I don't care if it's Matt Holman. I don't care if it's Mitch Zeller. I don't care. I want the public to be told the truth once, not be told a lie 3, 4, 5, 600 times.
No, I want them to be told the truth all the time, Kevin. That's why we have such stupid people out there now that are afraid, that are still smoking. We talked the last 2 shows. We showed you stories where people were using cigarettes to quit vaping.
Yes, recommended.
One was a doctor, and the other one was.
You out of your fucking minds.
But here, nicotine drives high school drug use, Kevin. This is from the editor.
No.
Abby Witt, editor.
Well, she's an idiot.
This is a West Virginia. So many drug-related incidents at Floyd County High School involved the use of vapes, with popular variation used to smoke nicotine, marijuana, and alternative cannabinoids.
Devil's lettuce.
Superintendent John Wheeler said it's a major problem if just one student is using a substance or device that can be harmful to them. School officials work closely with local law enforcement to identify possible issues and implement solutions. Administration and teachers undergo professional development workshops to learn current trends, identify vaping devices, and how behavioral changes could indicate drug use.
This is so fucking out of bullshit story.
Out of 83 total drug-related incidents at Floyd County High School during 2021 to 2022 school year, 59 involved tobacco use and 24 involved drug possession paraphernalia, said Wheeler. Were predominantly vapes that included THC, Kevin.
No.
The chemical compound found in marijuana or derivatives.
Them little fucking criminals.
Absolutely, that's BS. If it was a different cannabis
derivative,
it would not be THC. It would be CBD or Delta 8 or Delta whatever. Blah, blah, blah.
Derivative, my ass.
Derivative. THC vapes are the biggest concern for our society due to the availability and multitude of local stores. I don't know.
Nicotine?
Is pot legal? Is pot legal in West Virginia?
I don't know.
And the fact that they're unregulated. We don't know what's in them, Kevin, because they're unregulated.
That's right.
The amount of drugs in them can be unknown, and whether there are other substances in the vape is also a concern because we don't know what's in them, Kevin.
No.
Wheeler said other methods of drug use, such as intravenous injection, are not as common in high school as vaping is.
You don't think?
Well, I would hope not.
Get a detector for that, you cocksucker.
If these kids are going into the bathroom to cook up some H and, mainline, then we need to have some.
Just passing out bandanas.
Damn it.
Oh my God. Scare tactics.
We have not had any needles and only had a couple of prescription drug violations, Wheeler said. Vape detectors, which immediately notify administration and give the location, are installed in bathrooms at the high school. The detectors alert officials to both nicotine and marijuana use. Detectors are also installed in upper elementary restrooms, though there were no reports of drug use at Floyd Elementary School last year, Wheeler said. Nicotine vape brands most popular in 2022 with U.S. students grades 6 to 12 include Puff Bar, Views, Hyde, and Smock. according to a study published by the FDA and CDC in October.
Yeah, because we can trust them.
The annual Monitoring the Future National Survey results on drug use in 2021 reported a decline in several areas of adolescent drug use, grades 8, 10, and 12, including the sharp decline in marijuana and nicotine use, partly credited to the epidemic or pandemic. Given the epidemic of narcotic misuse in other populations, they should, I mean, if this is West Virginia, y'all should be more concerned about the fucking crystal meth.
You think?
I'm from West Virginia, so I can say this. All us white trash trailer park folks, we like our crystal meth.
Oh.
Yes, they're gonna have piss tests at the door.
What?
Every day they're gonna come up with an instant drug test machine.
Mm.
And before you can come to class, you gotta whip it out and piss in a cup.
You gotta pee. These vape detectors are pissing me off for two reasons. Number one, they're spending public money on it. Number two, the children are going to figure out how to put a wet towel over it anyway pretty fast.
So what's funny, Kevin,
yeah,
given the headline of this story, they just quoted that there was a sharp decline in vaping and tobacco use.
Right.
Now, given the epidemic of narcotic misuse in older populations, along with concurrent rise in medical emergencies and overdose deaths, it is particularly good news that young people are moving away from the use of these drugs. Now, the next paragraph. However, some drug use held steady last year, including the use of inhalants, carcinogens, or hallucinogens other than LSD, crack cocaine, heroin, oxycodone, they misspelled that, Vicodin, Ritalin, and dissolvable tobacco products. So right above here, they said there was a sharp decline in marijuana and nicotine use. But you look up here, what does it say? It says nicotine drives high school drug use.
Right.
So nicotine is down.
Yes.
But these other really nasty fucking drugs held steady last year.
So the headline says these children have moved on from nicotine and gone to harder drugs. That's the read.
They're talking about crack cocaine.
I thought that
heroin,
gone long
oxycodone, Vicodin, Ritalin, which is a fucking meth. That's meth right there.
Did you actually see the new study come out? The monitoring the future thing?
I have not read it in depth. I haven't torn it apart yet.
Okay. I didn't know if you had or not.
I have not torn it apart, Kevin.
Well, you don't have to tear it apart.
I like to tear it apart so that I have to break it down, man. Break it down.
Here's the I can't make this any damn bigger, so we'll see what happens.
Blow on
Where's
it,
my
Kevin.
present? What? This ain't an internet share. This is a paint share. Because I shared this the other day. I mentioned you on Twitter with my infamous lies.
I saw it, but I haven't broken it down.
You haven't told me to go screw yet. So nicotine remains stable for all three grades surveyed. Let's just say it's the same as last year. Let's just pretend. Nothing about pre-pandemic levels, though. Note that.
Didn't I just see a thing where a thing that we just read that they said it was like 1.8%?
No, that was smoking.
Oh yeah, smoking is one.
That's different now, but it's all in the wording.
Yeah.
Cannabis, stable trend at the pre-pandemic level. Alcohol use, return to pre-pandemic levels. 51% of 12th graders in the past year. They haven't said 30 days. They haven't.
Now,
said
Kevin, did you not go to a kegger when you were in high school?
Of course I did. Yeah.
I mean, don't be so mad. I mean, I'm surprised that you got invited at all, but okay. Don't be so mad that
I didn't say I
51% of
was
high school
invited.
kids have had a beer.
Any illicit drugs, blah, blah, blah. And then narcotics, consistent with pre-pandemic levels. Look, consistent with pre-pandemic.
So where's vaping
levels.
on that list?
Well, nicotine vaping is this is past year, Patrick. They didn't say.
Oh, they didn't even put this year's numbers?
No, this is in the past year.
Oh, yeah.
But they didn't say
Stable.
pre-pandemic. But note two things. One, they didn't do this. They didn't put pre-pandemic on the other things they did. These two things at least. And two, this is at the very top. Nicotine is at the very top of
Yeah,
this
that's the most important.
little report, which drives me fucking insane. It's not a far drive, but
Yeah.
ain't that neat?
Your priority there, but
It's a short little trip.
Oh, the short bus? What?
That's right. Naughty and nice.
Here,
Did you see
let's watch a video. Let's watch a video.
Did you at least see the one that said, I didn't share it with you. Did you see the one that said that nicotine use is linked to, taxes. Taxing e-cigarettes is linked to less drinking.
That's on the list.
It is on the list. All right.
I'll give away the headline because the headline sells the story, my friend.
I didn't think it was in there.
You don't even read the fucking show notes, man.
I don't even read. I know. I don't.
It hurts my feelings. Like I put a lot of work in there.
That's what feelings are for. Are you offended? Good.
I am offended.
What happened?
I'm offended.
Nothing.
So let's watch this video.
That the Lawson Health Institute have discovered harmful effects that vaping can have on the lungs. CTV's Jen Bassa on the new study showing how vaping could affect a critical part of the lungs that helps us breathe.
With minimal research on the effects of e-cigarettes, the research team at the Lawson Health Institute discovered that inhaling e-liquids can damage a critical layer of the lungs.
Once we started thinking about vaping, we realized that one of the first materials that the vapor or the aerosol comes in contact with when people inhale the vapor is the surfactant material.
Without that material, it would be much more difficult for people to breathe on their own.
The damage that is being done, even acutely, may make people more susceptible.
May make people more susceptible to.
Well, it could.
May make people more susceptible to lung pneumonias.
Now, did you see that cut?
Yes,
Watch
sir.
it again.
That is being done, even acutely, may make people more susceptible to lung pneumonias, COVID, or other illnesses.
Just as a, young person in general, I'm very, aware of the prevalence of vaping. I have lots of, friends who vape, and I got even more interested just sort of finding out about how little was actually out there about vaping already.
As the first author of the study.
Now, this is how they're conducting their science. Let's just watch this.
Watson says they placed surfactant inside a syringe. Then using a vape, they pushed aerosol into the syringe, mimicking inhaling and exhaling vapor into the syringe 30 times as a person would while vaping.
A lot of people do underestimate vaping right now, and a lot of kids actually refer to it as, flavored air. So they really just don't seem to grasp or really care about, the damages it could be doing.
So this is a PhD student talking about other college-age people.
Warm, moist flavored air, lady.
The syringe 30 times as a person would while vaping.
A lot of people do underestimate vaping right now, and a lot of kids actually refer to it as, flavored air. So they really just don't seem to grasp or really care about, the damages it could be doing.
While examining different types of vaping flavors and additives, they found that menthol e-liquids have worse effects on the lungs. And their work isn't done yet, as researchers will continue to investigate the effects on the lungs and how to treat it.
Now she's
What
not
lungs, Patrick?
unattractive. This young lady here.
What kind of lungs were those, Patrick?
Those were needle lungs. Those were syringe lungs.
Petri dish lungs.
The substance they're talking about is essentially your lung lubricant. Essentially,
I don't want you touching my lung.
That your body produces constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured
Jen
there was a
Bassel,
rat
CTV News.
lung.
So this is the type of nonsense that is being published, being produced by local TV channels
and repeated.
Yeah. So we have another video, Kevin. This one's a little bit longer. We're gonna break this one down.
Okay.
It's gonna take us a minute, but this is from a Australian news channel. What you need to know about vaping.
Vaping is more popular than ever. It's only been around since the mid-2000s, but more and more people are using e-cigarettes, particularly children.
So they're saying particularly children. So they're making it seem like only that mostly this is just for that kids are using this. This is not, people aren't using this to quit smoking. They're particularly children.
Well, yeah.
Young people are often attracted to vapes because of its bright packaging, appealing marketing, and sweet flavors like cola, cranberry, and bubblegum.
At least they're using new flavors now. I haven't heard cola, cranberry. I've heard bubblegum. They're always talking about bubblegum, but
cream brulee.
Normally, at least they brought in cranberry now. They're adding, and cola. I haven't heard cola in a long time either. So at least they're breaking it up a little bit and not mentioning cotton candy and those flavors now.
But many scientists, experts, governments, and not to mention parents are worried.
We just don't know what's coming down the track, and we're seeing a lot of canaries in the coal mine.
Canaries in the coal mine.
Wow.
I've heard that one before, Kevin.
Overall, they do cause harms. They cause addiction. They also cause seizures and loss of consciousness. They can
seizures and loss of consciousness, Kevin.
I'm going to have my loss of consciousness, and I'll be right back with you.
Let's have Emily on here again.
A lot of canaries in the coal mine.
Overall, they do cause harms. They cause addiction. They also cause seizures and loss of consciousness. They can cause poisoning.
Poisoning?
Wow.
Vaping? The actual act of vaping causes poisoning? I mean, I'm not going to deny that there's some, people out there that maybe don't store their nicotine safely, and there have been a couple instances of bad things happening, but it wasn't the e-liquid and it wasn't vaping that caused the problems. It was bad parenting.
4. Logan is 4 now.
Yeah. Does Logan go around trying to drink your e-liquid?
Not
or
yet.
Has Logan gotten into your stash of nicotine and tried to drink that?
Nope. Not once.
Just checking.
and also lung injury.
Pro vapers say e-cigarettes are a game changer to help people quit smoking.
And we should be encouraging smokers to switch from deadly cigarettes to less risky options. And in Australia, that means vaping.
So what exactly does the science say
that's
about...
not Colin. That's what's the other guy's name?
Was that Alex?
Yeah, Wodek. That was Alex Wodek.
Okay. You don't look like
they put Emily Banks' name on there, but they didn't put his.
Quit smoking.
Right.
And we should be encouraging smokers to switch from deadly cigarettes to less risky options. And in Australia, that means vaping.
So what exactly does the science say about vaping and how bad is it for you? Most vapes work in a similar way. A battery-operated device heats up a coil, which vaporizes a liquid that the user then inhales. E-liquids usually contain substances like water, propylene glycol, or vegetable glycerin.
Now, I'm not saying that no vaping products have water in them, but none of the recipes that I've created have any water in them, Kevin. I mean, PG and VG,
no,
and flavorings and nicotine, yeah, that. But I haven't put any water in my stuff.
Flavorings and nicotine. And it's some of these ingredients that scientists are worried about. Let's start with glycerin, used for the vapor.
Oh, dear Lord.
Propylene glycol for the flavors to bind to.
Here it comes.
Outside of vaping,
glycerin.
Here it comes.
These substances are usually considered pretty harmless, but
in that process of heating the e-liquid, the propylene glycol and the glycerol, they break down and they change into other...
At like 500 degrees, by the way.
More toxic chemicals.
The other aspects scientists are concerned about are the flavors.
So a lot of these are sort of food additives that go into things like biscuits and cakes and that sort of thing. But they're also put into these e-liquids in a liquid form, which you then heat up and inhale. And that's a very different sort of way of being exposed to these chemicals as opposed to...
Chemicals?
Just as instead of being opposed to just smoking.
Cooking it and then eating it.
So we have over 17,000 recorded different flavour combinations of vaping, and we have no idea.
Oh my God. Why did you do that to me, you fucker? You fucking...
Well, this is the only way we can interface with Simon, because he's got us both blocked.
Oh my God.
What the consequences of that will be down the track.
Do you guys sell disposable vapes? No, we do not sell vapes because that is against the law, and we have nothing but respect for the judicial system. I'm not a cop. Oh, sweet. Yeah, no, of course we do. I'll give you this to flip through. This is our list of flavours.
Right now in Australia, e-cigarettes with nicotine are illegal to buy without a prescription. But a study found nicotine in 60% of the Australian-made e-liquids tested. Other research found nicotine in 1 in 10 vapes analysed. And nicotine is one of the most highly addictive substances we know of.
The most highly addictive.
No, the bullshit you smell when you're licking somebody's ass is the most addictive.
I'm looking to see if okay, so none of the people in the chat room that I know of have been in treatment for substance use. But I dare you to go find a heroin addict or somebody that uses crystal meth and tell them that it's easier to quit those than it is to quit this.
Quit vaping.
When you vape nicotine, it goes through your lungs, travels through your bloodstream and into your brain in seconds. Once nicotine reaches the reward pathways of the brain, it unlocks and attaches itself to receptors. This releases a pleasure molecule called dopamine, making you feel good for a short time.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that at all.
Nobody wants people to feel good. How dare these people want to feel good?
I'm still pissed at you right now for showing Simon's fucking face.
Use nicotine products, the more receptors are unlocked, making you crave more. As your body adapts, you need more nicotine to get the same effect, creating a tolerance.
I haven't gone up. I've gone down, Kevin. I mean, I've been pretty stable where I'm at now for a while, but I've never increased my nicotine level.
I've asked this 1,000 times, Patrick. If I was an addict in the definition of whichever definition you read,
we're doing it wrong, Kevin. If
I would go from 0 to, I'd be probably at 200 by now, right? Because I can't get enough. Yeah. That's the sense of addiction, right?
Yeah. But I tapered down to the point where I like my maintenance dose to where I'm at. I don't go through more e-liquid now than I did when I started.
My aunt, who years
Did
ago,
you say aunt? My aunt
doesn't. That's my mess coming out of me. When she would drink about, give or take, a case a day, give or take. Sometimes there'd be 3 left over. Sometimes there'd be 5. Sometimes there'd be 0. But at the end of that case, she was usually going to bed. And then the next day she'd do it again.
24 beers?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She would
a day?
Oh, yeah. And then what I never understood was if she could do that with, a case and a half or 2 or 3 or 4, functioning every morning. She gets up, goes to work all her life, but she would drink about a case a day. But she never got higher than that. I never understood that.
Yeah, that sounds like that's the wrong. You're doing addiction wrong, Kevin.
Right. I don't understand the same thing with this.
You're a bad addict. You're not very good at being an addict.
Why would I not go to 24 already, and then 36, and then 48, and 52, and 65, and 84, and whatever the hell, whoever's
100 milligrams of nicotine.
But why can't you, Steve? You got to be a better addict than that.
Steve is being a bad addict too.
Nicotine can affect the ability to concentrate. It can affect memory.
Yeah, it affects it in a better way. It helps me concentrate.
It can affect mood. And it also...
Yes, it does affect mood. It makes me happier. It makes me less mad. It makes me,
makes me want to tweet.
Yeah, it makes me not be a jerk.
Also means that people are in this...
Is that debatable, Kevin, or are you saying
conjecture, Your Honor?
What are you saying?
Hey! Stop it! Stop it!
Jesus. Stop it, Kevin!
Oh my God!
Cycle of addiction.
What flavor is this? That is so good. Okay, no, I think I'm addicted.
What complicates this even further is that more young people are vaping while their brains are still developing.
Principals of primary and high school students are continually telling me and my colleagues that vaping is their biggest behavioural challenge that they face in their schools.
8 teens were hospitalized with lung damage in the past month.
Locally, doctors say they've seen an increase in teens getting sick from vaping.
In 2019, doctors in the US started to see young patients who'd been vaping showing pneumonia-like symptoms.
Doctors say the 8 young people...
All right. Now, you look at that guy right there and tell me that he's making healthy choices.
Well,
look at that. He's sitting in the fucking hospital where he should be doing rehab, where he should be doing... Look what he's doing. He's sitting on his fat ass watching or playing video games.
See,
I said it.
Patients who'd been vaping showing pneumonia-like symptoms.
Doctors say the 8 young people came to the hospital with extreme coughs, fatigue, even struggling to breathe.
The condition became known as EVALI, e-cigarette or vaping associated.
You know that misinformation that was mentioned in that letter that we were just talking about, Kevin?
I do.
Associated lung injury. Symptoms include shortness of breath, coughing and chest pain.
Now, I know that guy did not have EVALI because you see that last symptom, that last thing right there?
Well, you never know.
Not to be a dick.
As well as nausea, stomach problems, fatigue, fever, and weight loss.
Survey said.
That's what I'm talking about.
I remember asking them, like, is he going to recover from this? Like, I can't lose my son. I feel like people need to be aware that this can happen.
He would never smoke
And
pot.
if sharing...
Yeah, I mean, obviously he wasn't smoking nicotine or vaping nicotine because he didn't got no friends. He's looking for something else.
My story can help one person's life, then it's totally worth it.
Like so many things to do with e-cigarettes, scientists aren't exactly sure what causes the condition.
In a big development concerning vaping, it has been making people sick across the country.
Yeah, scientists are not sure
No.
that you know, the vast majority of, well, every sample that was tested contained THC and vitamin E acetate, but they only got to test like 70% of the samples because the other people lied.
And now health experts may have some idea why. Turns out products with marijuana all had one chemical in common.
They've found a link with e-liquids, including vitamin E acetate.
E-liquids. E-liquids, you lying bitch.
Which is often used alongside THC, the chemical that creates the high from marijuana.
And not often, only in these illicit products, you stupid liar.
The New York Times estimates in 3 years there's been more than 2,500 cases of EVALI with 59 deaths.
There haven't been any cases of EVALI since, you know, like...
Not 3 years running.
Yeah.
Period. It went away.
You see Rod showed up?
You
see that? Did you see that? He showed up late.
And he's right.
Just, you know.
Automatically, if he's right, that causes no problems with him being late.
No. I'm still going to hold it against him.
Deaths in the US. In Australia, EVALI cases are extremely rare.
What? Have you had any? She said extremely rare, but I mean, I mentioned earlier that there was some, you know, liar, pants on fire nonsense earlier, but, you know.
They just said there was 8.
Wow.
Vitamin E acetate is one of a number of substances that can't be used in vapes here, but authorities say we still need to be cautious.
We have seen some episodes of lung injury in Australia that's not seemed to be related to THC, and we also know that 1 in 8 cases of that EVALI or lung injury was attributed to normal sort of standard e-cigarettes.
That's a lie, Emily Banks.
Despite all the risks, vaping has some strong supporters in the medical community.
Vaping not only helps smokers quit, it also reduces the risk to them while they continue to vape.
The key argument is that vaping isn't as dangerous as smoking cigarettes, which all experts agree is extremely harmful.
For people who are smokers who use e-cigarettes to switch completely and promptly to e-cigarettes, that is, they quit normal smoking completely, it's likely that they will be beneficial, bearing in mind that we don't know the long-term effects.
But the evidence on whether...
Bearing in mind that you're a lying bitch.
You know what makes me mad?
What?
She reminds me of, and I've never seen video. I've only seen a picture of Linda Bald, but she reminds me of Linda Bald, and it burns my ass. Dr. Linda Bald.
Yeah, I know.
To e-cigarettes, that is, they quit normal smoking completely, it's likely that they will be beneficial, bearing in mind that we don't know the long-term effects.
But the evidence on whether vaping does in fact help you quit smoking is mixed. A review of studies from ANU found limited evidence that e-cigarettes were effective in helping people quit.
Another Banks lie.
Most people who quit smoking without any assistance at all, cold turkey.
The review also found non-smokers who took up vaping were 3 times as likely to take up cigarette smoking.
That's this video.
That number is negligible.
This video does indeed address the same 2 misinformation lie BSs that were just in that letter that we read at the beginning of the show.
They just handed them the book. That's all.
Yeah.
Smoking.
If you use e-cigarettes, you do become addicted to nicotine generally, and that's the active component in tobacco smoking.
But a more recent review of studies from the UK found evidence that quit rates for e-cigarettes with nicotine were higher compared to standard nicotine replacement therapies. While the research continues, experts agree people who aren't already smoking shouldn't take up vaping.
We don't know if vaping is going to be worse than smoking. Probably not much is worse than smoking. It's like comparing, you know, Mount Everest to K2 to the Matterhorn or to...
There's your favorite guy again.
You know, Patrick, I like you less than I didn't like you a minute ago. That number's negligible too.
I'll show you another liar.
To confuse the public about science, to confuse scientists about science. What about
those two ought to get fucking married and have a kid, and it'll probably look like Mitch Zeller.
No, they already have a kid. His name is Tahir Turk.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I think they're sisters, though. So if it's incestuous, then it probably would become Tahir Turk.
Sea
And you can quote
sea
me on
level
that.
is where things are really healthy. Everything above that is something that you really want to avoid.
A survey of 700 Australian teenagers found 70% of teens didn't buy their own vapes directly.
What?
There is no other product that
70% of kids in Australia that got their vapes did not buy them at the store, Kevin. They bought them from a social source.
Huh. So they're
is being sold.
So they bought them from a liar friend. Look at that. They got the Anakin products there, some Vaporessos. Yeah. I have one of these that's still this Anakin thing I got from Phil. Phil sent me a care package like a year ago. It's still sitting in the box. I haven't even opened it.
like this in such an illegal way.
What we do need now is real enforcement of the regulations and making sure that we are actually seeing use of e-cigarettes that's directed towards quitting smoking and not this widespread use that we're seeing, particularly among children.
There's so much about the impact of vaping that we still don't know. It's certainly not a good thing and not without risks.
Now, I'm going to say something, Patrick, and I don't know if we've, Rog, I see that. I don't know if we've really like eye to eye on this necessarily, but I don't think we're too far apart, right? If you're a non-smoker, and it's happened in my Twitter line from a friend of ours, if you're a non-smoker and you decide, and you're of age, that you want to try vaping, I don't care. You know why? It's none of my... Oh, I bought it, didn't I?
You did bot a little bit, but I understood what you were saying. See, I myself
don't care.
Agree with you that as an adult person, you have the right to make your choices and you should be responsible enough to, pay the consequences of your choices.
Right. Make a informed decision before doing so. But
yeah,
stop fucking telling people what to do or not to do.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
I mean, these are the same people that are like, so this week, Congress passed the Marriage Equality Act.
Missed it completely.
So people are, and that doesn't matter to me at all. I mean, apparently there's language in there that also protects my wife and I's marriage because interracial, apparently before this act passed, it was illegal for me to marry somebody of a different race. I didn't know that, but
what was the couple? What was it? Brown.
So it wasn't always about. It's not only about like dudes marrying other dudes and girls marrying other girls. It was
no. I'm talking about. I watched a thing on Netflix. A very good show. A white man and a black woman were married in like the 50s or 60s. I can't remember.
Yeah,
it was a really good film. If you guys.
I know what film you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, it was good. But no. What does this entail completely? How is it illegal for you to marry your wife?
Apparently, that was never. It was never. What's the word I'm looking for? It was never passed as an actual law. It was not statutory. You had a court case that was a legal decision, but it was never actually. Codified. That's the word I'm looking for. Codified.
All right.
So now it has been, that's fine. Let people do whatever the hell they want to do, man. As long as it's not like injuring or,
cares?
Whatever. Dude, if you, I've said
the
it before. If you're into that, do, have fun. Just don't do it in front of me. I don't want to watch that. Now, two hot chicks. That's a different,
I can't express how much I don't care about your decision.
Adult people should be able to make adult choices.
I do this, even with my kids, and I've taught them this. If you're upset about something that someone else is doing, stop and ask yourself this simple question. How does it affect me, being you, or you, or you, or Bruni, or whoever the fuck it is? You go, well, it doesn't really affect me personally. Let them be.
Yeah.
Be well. Move on.
You do you, and whoever else you want to do, and I'll do me. You know. And my
Oh,
wife.
bastards in the room.
And
he just pops in and out, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just showing up at the very last minute. We finally covered all the fucking articles. We spent an hour and a half talking about Twitter, and then he shows up.
That's right. So the less than 3% of the global population, in my opinion, who may have never smoked and start vaping, are doing so on their own free will, and that's the way I like it. That's the end of that.
I got no problem for an adult person to make adult choices. Like I said, if an adult person says, if I had a vape shop and an adult walked into my vape store, I would say, hey, you know, this is not best for you, but it's up to you. Here's your fucking vape pen.
Why do you want to do it? And here you go.
Yep. Give me your money.
I'd be curious. I'm not saying I'm not curious. I'm saying I'm not going to stop.
I would, you know, yeah, I would, you know. But...
out of what I know, I want to be curious. That's all. But no.
Yeah, this is Texas, so 50 cops turn up outside my house. You want his guns? No. You want his vape gear? No. You want his wife? My wife is hot. They may want my wife.
You leave my wife alone. It was illegal for you to marry her, you law-breaking freaking.
Well, and I didn't even.
Degenerate.
We actually did get married in this country first.
Degenerate. You're just a.
I'm a traitor to my race.
I don't understand. So, what does it mean that the Marriage Equality Act? Basically, anybody can marry anybody. Is that what this is?
It federally codified. Well, so what it did was it said basically, federally,
yeah,
these marriages are legal, and it did not force the states to follow suit, but it did say that each state had to honor the marriages from other states.
Okay.
So
regardless
if
of,
you live in a state where
regardless of race,
they haven't if we get married if you went into a state that did not recognize interracial marriage, that state would still, if they in their own state, they would still have to honor the marriage in another state. So if you lived in, and I don't know that I'm pretty sure that gay marriage is already 50 state legal. I would assume, but say there's a state that doesn't observe gay marriage, doesn't allow gay marriages in their state, and you went and got married in a state that does have gay marriage, and then you went home to your state, that state would have to honor that marriage.
All right.
So that language is in there. I know that. So, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'd have to look, and I'm not really that interested in it to go and look and see if there's a state that doesn't have gay marriage.
Right. Well, you said what caught me was, are there states?
Well,
there
may be some esoteric state that still hasn't passed. Say, for example, and I've lived in Mississippi and I've seen mixed race marriages in Mississippi. But say, for example, just for the purposes of this example, that Mississippi doesn't let black people marry white people.
Right.
And a black dude and a white lady went to another state and got married. Mississippi would have to honor that marriage, even if it wasn't legal in their state.
Okay, so for once on this show, I've actually heard the government in mass.
I don't think the government should be. I think the government should be as far away from fucking marriage as possible.
Yeah,
it's not their business. As long as I pay my taxes, they shouldn't care.
Which you're gonna do.
They love me. They love me on April 15th.
I bet they do.
They love me on April.
Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly what I said in those 47 minutes.
Yeah, exactly I think the fucking federal government should be staying as far away from people's bedrooms as possible.
But they're from the government. They're there to help.
Yeah. I mean, as long as it's consenting adults, I'm all for people being allowed to be as dirty and nasty as they want to be in their bedroom. Now, if you throw a kid in the mix, though, I'm going to have to pull a gun. I'm just going to.
Yes.
Sorry, boys and girls.
Eye on some things.
Patrick, don't play that. I will shoot a fucking pedophile.
As would I.
If especially if I know beyond a if I see it, if I were just happen to walk by and see a little boy being molested by an adult man or a woman or a little girl, there's going to be some flying lead and it's going to be impacting somebody's head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Patrick knows how to make a good headshot.
Range time is essential.
Yes, it is. And you have to try varying distances just to make sure that
range time is essential.
I mean, anybody can do it up close. You got to do it, I mean, the damn things now are point and shoot. I mean, I'm not talking about cameras, but yeah. I got a zero tolerance policy on that one. That's the redneck coming out, buddy.
You showed me Simon, so I'm afraid of what else is left. But I don't think
that was it, Kevin. That was the last piece. We covered all the pieces. Actually, I did edit a couple out that are on the list that I figured were non-essential.
Yeah.
And since we ended the show talking about shooting, I'm not going to cover the CDC gun thing that you sent me.
All I wanted on that one.
Some of our viewers are not comfortable when I start talking about guns,
you could block out the title completely and just show the part where the CDC decided to say no, we don't want that to happen because Dick Durbin said, I don't know what to do, but we'll get it taken care of for you, Zippy. So yeah, check my tweets. You'll find it.
Yeah. I just. Yeah,
just another example.
I know that some people in our chat room get very uncomfortable when I start talking about shooting people, and
it's okay.
And loving my guns.
I imagine there's one at least within 5 feet of you.
Hey, no, sir. There's no. I don't have any guns. I don't know what you're talking about.
There would be if I didn't have that tragic boating accident for me 5 feet.
Yeah, they're all gone now.
It's okay.
I may not be. I may or may not. I could possibly be getting another one for Christmas. You never know.
If you're a consenting adult, then that's all I need to know. That's all. That's it.
Yeah,
and they didn't even really.
Never know. There could be another 1911 coming to my house.
Am I under questioning? Do I need an attorney? Am I being detained?
Tom says he's not uncomfortable. He said comfortable, but I'm thinking he's not uncomfortable. He's just not used to Second Amendment.
Right. It's
I get it. You guys, you lost your guns and you're jealous that I can have my gun, but that's okay.
Bruni and I've done some chatting about weapons.
Yeah, they did the well. Tom is a Kiwi, but they had that big gun buyback in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buy them all.
I will take them all off your. No, I don't have any guns. Never mind.
Need to replenish the boating accidents.
Yeah, got to start from scratch. That new semi-automatic shotgun that I won is available.
Oh, I didn't know they made one. All right.
Oh, yes.
They're kind of like guitars.
I'm getting wood just thinking about a semi-automatic 12 gauge.
You can't tell her how much you paid for it, and no, you're not trading up for a different one. You're just going to get a different one.
I gotta get a pad though.
Yeah.
For a semi-auto 12, I'm gonna need some shoulder protection.
All right. The rule is the rest of the year you cannot show fucking Simon Chimpman's face.
Only for the rest of the year?
You just snuck that motherfucker right there. Right, just as fucking big as it can be.
I just put him and Emily.
I thought it was rude and unjust to do that to myself and my audience. Because you're a prick. Yeah, I hope everybody feels better because I wanted to get that out.
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to have Ruth on the show.
Uh-huh.
Miss Malone.
Hey, Mallory, I actually own one.
I've never seen one.
An M1 Garand? Oh, man.
No, never seen one.
The M1 Garand that I have is just, it's actually worse than an AR-15, but since it looks like an old-fashioned World War I rifle,
yeah,
nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Looks like a quiet little grandpa gun, right?
Hey, you know what? I will have to find, because I don't know where there's one at, but I will go and find, let's say an old Winchester cowboy rifle, and I will go to the range and set it up and show you how easy it would be for somebody with an old-fashioned cowboy rifle to go and shoot a large number of targets in a really short amount of time.
Right.
There's certain I have to couch my language there because I don't want people thinking that I'm suggesting something that I'm not.
Right.
But or the M1 Garand and I'll put the targets at a further distance than it would be in a simulated thing that
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because the M1 Garand, the effective range is further away than what an AR-15 is.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could really, yeah. But anyway, yeah. But the AR-15 looks scary. It looks like a soldier gun, even though it's not really a soldier gun. No soldier would want that gun.
No.
Yeah, here I can.
Talking point.
I can shoot up to 16 zombies without reloading.
Right. Right.
But my M1 Garand, I have to shoot 8 zombies before I reload.
My chipmunk has got a single load. It's bolt action.
Yeah. Yeah, 12 gauge with a barrel clip would be really nice for Christmas.
Wow. Just wow.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I have a friend that has an old Thompson machine gun.
Oh, wow.
But he has a special. He's had it for like 50 years. He has
I've never ever seen one of them.
He has a special allowance, but he has a permission card that allows him to have that gun. But
wow.
But yeah,
you're the first person I've ever heard that I'm a desk away from.
Yeah.
Of owning one of those ever. No, never.
I know. I don't own. No. I don't want anybody to. I do not have possession of a Tommy gun, but I have a friend who is a gun dealer that has one, and I have shot it.
Wow.
Because I wanted to pretend like I was in an old gangster movie and shoot the Tommy gun.
Reefer Madness era. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
fun.
Edward G. Robinson or Jimmy Cagney.
Bet it was fun.
Yeah.
I bet it was fun.
Yeah. But anyway, hey, Kev, we made it through the show in 4 hours and 1 minute.
1 minute.
4 hours and 1 minute and 13 seconds. So,
and look at all the lovely people who are still here.
There are still some people that were here. Some of these people have been here from the beginning. And they haven't left in boredom. That's the last thing we want is people to leave because they're bored. Even though Janine was falling asleep, we were so bored. She was so bored.
That's okay. She was tired. She had a long day.
She's on the west coast of Canada.
Maybe she goes to bed early.
It's just now 11 p.m. for her.
It's 2 here. It's late.
It's only 1 here. I told you we were going to go until 4.
No fucking way. So what I think is if everybody keeps paying attention and they happen to see things that are corrupt, that's what you're looking for. And it's going to keep coming. I'm hoping, and I hope I put in the blog, I want like a football field of whistles right now. That's what I want to see, and that's what I want to hear. Ooh, we've got another report. Ooh, here's another one. I don't care what it's about. The one I shared with him about the CDC and the guns was an example of the CDC rewording something because a politician said, "Oh, hang on, I don't like
political
this."
pressure, not science, not.
If they're doing it
not
for
out
that,
of concern for their job, I should say,
yeah, they're doing it for everything. Everything. Your day-to-day lives are always affected by government intervention, and I want them to back the fuck up. That's what I want. And I want you to be as alert as you can be to catch them doing it every freaking time. Did I bot again?
Not you did earlier, but no, I mean, look at it. We showed you, and Kevin and I were finding this as it was occurring, or at least not as it was occurring, but as the information was coming out, and great writers like Alex Norcia and Solom were writing about the same stuff that Kevin and I were finding out about at the same time, releasing. So not only are Kevin and I as smart as those guys, because they highlighted the same thing that Kevin and I was finding. These government agencies have our future in their hands, and they're not making decisions, even though they're saying we're going to make all of our decisions based on science. We're a science-based agency, based on choices not based on science. They're making choices based on political pressure, on some sort of philosophical ideology.
Karens.
Do you I don't really think that Brian King made that choice based on any concern other than the fact that if I let this happen, Kutra Murthy and Durbin and all these guys are going to have my ass in a fucking hammock.
Yeah.
So, political pressure and ideology are what's moving these decisions. FDA, we clearly can see it. And we already know, based on their own words, they're not gonna approve any flavored products based on science. They're gonna disapprove these products based on the language that they said. Anything other than tobacco is not going to be approved, period. So, this is our money. This is our taxes. These are the people that we've elected and appointed to protect us. and they're not using the science. They're using, Kuthra Mercury and all these assholes writing them to make them look good. We saved your kids. Vote for me next election. And that all these people are on the fucking naughty list. We should be hammering them on Twitter. Hey, we saw what you did here. This is not based on science. You're making decisions based on your opinions or, pressure. If Brian King has a Twitter, we should be calling him out daily. We saw what you did. We're not going to let this happen. We should, too bad there's no way for consumers to sue the FDA and say, we know that you're corrupt. Here's proof that you're corrupt. And we damn well want to call you out for it. But none of us have enough money to do that. To sue the FDA.
But keep bitching about it.
And Brian King has a nickname for us.
Yeah, we're the Twitterati.
Yeah, we're the Twitterati. I don't know. I kind of like that. Hey, I have a mod here with the with the Illuminati eye on it, so I'll claim that.
Twitterati. It was bots
anyway, guys,
before, so
we love you, and as far as I know, we're gonna still be here next week. Christmas is on Sunday, so we started the Naughty and Nice this year. I think next week, Kevin, we should do a Christmas special. Again, open the lines for people to come in and enjoy the holiday season with us. And be another positive show. Unless something crazy happens in between now and then that we have to report, I think we should have another audience participation show. Since the last one, nobody participated. Everybody blew us off, and we only had 2 people join us. So I think we should give one more chance. Otherwise, I'm just not going to do this. Fuck you guys, and I just won't let you come on and talk to us anymore.
Yes, you will.
We had 2 really good audience participation shows last year, and we had great. We had 6 or 7 different people come in and say hello and talk to, and some of you guys are just snobby and don't want to participate, but specifically Skip. She's going to make sure she gets called into work on those days so that she doesn't have to participate.
She ain't snobby. She's cranky. It's not crabby. Her granddaughter called her crabby.
At least her granddaughter didn't call her old or broad. Sir, those are sexist. Those are sexist.
I don't even remember how that started. But it ain't gonna stop. What is wrong with you? She's at work right now.
I know she is. She said she had been at work for an hour and a half before when she first logged in. I was paying attention. I don't ignore Skip like you do. She's all right. We even read a Skip Murray piece. Well, it was actually Kim. It was not Skip. It was the other Murray.
Right.
Yeah.
That was last week.
Yeah.
I know she's like rolling around doing this.
She's, that Kim Murray's really smart. We need to see if Skip can introduce us to Kim.
Yeah.
So we love you. We will see you in 7 days. Have a great weekend. Enjoy yourself, but don't get into too much trouble. And let's see. We'll do some crab, and then we'll say goodnight with Mark, because I like to end the show with Mark. Have a good night. Bye.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Locally, my clients are physicians, nurses, single moms, couples, multiple generations of families, seniors on fixed incomes, disabled, veterans, residents of assisted living facilities, and teachers at the local elementary, middle, and high schools. Most are dealing with serious issues other than their smoking habit, further degrading their quality of life and their ability to quit smoking. From 18 to 96 years old with an average age of over 40, nearly all referrals by other successful clients. Most have smoked for decades, the result of the 93% failure rate that they've been stuck with. They don't believe you and don't trust you with damn good reason. You will never reach these people. They know you don't care and they despise you for it. I greet them in a t-shirt, this one with Kevin Crowley on it, and blue jeans, and a nicotine molecule tattooed on my forearm.